Yo, yo, hello, welcome to the stream. Still getting a few things set up. All right. Looks like we're cooking on all gears. Perfect. Welcome to my work stream. Whether you are watching now or later after this is up, or cut into, smaller, more digestible bits. I'm sitting here looking like I'm talking to the mic. Camera's right here. Go ahead and get some other sounds running. Listen to Miss Mango.
I just want to say.
Actually, let me move that sound to my headphones. There we go.
If you have two choices today, whether or not to watch this video or go read Pretty Girls by Karen Slaughter, go read Pretty Girls by Karen
there we
Slaughter.
go.
I think you should do a rating from now on.
Okay.
How did I look when I was reading this book? Was I engaged? How fast did I finish it? Give me your thoughts.
Hello, viewers. How are you?
Engaged, but I thought you wanted me to give a score at the end.
Oh,
I mean, how am I gonna give a score on you?
because sometimes I get distracted when I'm reading books. But this one, I was on that stupid
Yeah,
green
yeah.
couch for like hours and hours, and I couldn't even put it down.
Yeah, all of that, yes.
But he's gonna do a new review thing at the end. This is like, we're just making this shit up as we go, okay? So just watch.
Go.
Watch out.
Reviewing you, though. I'm
No.
not reviewing the book.
You're reviewing the book, and just know that this author, Karen Slaughter, is one of the twistiest minds I've ever read, and she lives in Atlanta, Georgia. So,
I heard last name is Slaughter.
yeah. Mrs. Slaughter, right this way. Okay, words can truly not describe how much I worship Karen Slaughter. She is my Beyonce. She is my endgame. She makes thrillers look like a kid's book section. I can't write a review on her books because I'm not eloquent, but I read a Goodreads review that is it encapsulates everything that I felt while I was reading this book, and it just reads, I love any book that packs a punch, and this one really beats the shit out of me every time. This book is so freaking punchy. So with that being said, I'm going to link all of that down below, Pretty Girls. She also has some really phenomenal books, The Good Daughter. She has a Will Trent series, which the Will Trent series is already a series, like a show on ABC and Hulu, and The Good Daughter is being turned into a show right now as we speak. But she recently released another title, The False Witness. I heard that one gives you like whiplash, like just so many twists, so many turns.
You okay down there, girl?
Julia is missing. Disclaimer. I typically find these types of plots so freaking boring. I don't like it. I don't think it's fun when a girl
What
goes...
plot?
This is the plot, and it's like every thriller plot, okay? A girl went missing 20 years ago in a small town.
Yo, my dog is just sitting here under my legs.
Another girl goes missing. Ooh, are they connected? What's going on? And then it's like, ooh, let's like compare the cold case with the new case. Usually, I think it's overdone, it's overplayed. I never get satisfaction out of it.
This is the same one?
Yes, and I literally almost died. It's so good. Okay, from the get-go, I was hooked. The book is split into
Actually,
three parts,
I need to keep
and it's not
that
like part 1, part 2, part
mold.
3, but it's interchangeable, like chapter by chapter. So the first part, you have the father of Julia. Julia went missing 20 years ago, and this father, Julia's dad, is just struggling to cope with how she went missing. He's writing letters to Julia, because that's his way of coping and grieving. And he's telling Julia everything that he's doing to try and solve and figure out what happened to her. And we also see his whole family break apart in these letters because of her disappearance. Then the second part of the book is Perfect Claire. That's really all you need to know about her right now. Her life, well, okay, was perfect.
But who's Claire?
Claire is just another girl. She's a housewife, a 40-year-old perfect tennis housewife in the rich part of Atlanta. She's like the rich housewives of Atlanta. Like I'm talking
I thought I heard something.
blonde, boobs, like everything, Range Rover. And then you have relatable Lydia. You know, she's the type of mom that we probably all see ourselves becoming. She's not perfect, but that's what makes her a perfect character. So with that being said, let's talk about Julia's disappearance real quick while I make these Oreo sticks. Do I know what this is going to taste like? Do I know what it is? No.
Probably not too sweet.
I know. I downloaded Xiaohongshu.
Xiaohongshu?
Yeah, and
It's a Chinese reviewing app.
yeah, but I'm telling you right now, don't download it because all it does is make you bake desserts that are not too sweet. I'm just mixing powdered sugar and butter together. Oh, I already feel like this isn't going to go well, but that's okay because this book will save the day.
Clean.
Anyway, let's start with Julia from 20 years ago. She's gone. She went missing, vanished into thin air practically. She was a 19-year-old college student at UGA in Athens, Georgia. If you don't know, Athens, Georgia is maybe like an hour or two drive from Atlanta, Georgia. And there's like really nothing going on in Athens, Georgia, except for it's like a college town.
It's a party city.
Yeah, it's party city, college town vibes on crack cocaine.
Yeah.
Like it's really intense. So she went to a bar that weekend with her friends, because that's what you do when you're at UGA. She had a glass or two of drinks, nothing crazy, okay? And at around 11 p.m., she starts to feel sick. She tells her friend Nancy, hey, I'm gonna head back to the dorms by myself, and because we walked here, it's a campus town, I'm just gonna walk back.
Let's scrub all that out.
UGA disappearance story?
Yes.
This is so close to home, it's freaky.
Yeah, it's very freaky. My sister went to UGA, yeah.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, for a few years.
Oh my god.
Ma'am.
Somewhere along that
No.
walk from the bar, the Manhattan bar.
No.
Not in Manhattan, it's just called the Manhattan bar. To her dorm, she basically disintegrated
No.
into thin air. And it expectedly tore her whole family apart, especially because Julia's parents had very different ways of dealing with her death, or her vanishing, really. Julia's dad, he wanted to know. He's like, if she's dead, I want to know. If she's alive, I want to know. Even if it kills me, I need to find out for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Where's
Julia's
my...
mom, maybe after a year, she's like, I
spot
think I've
healing.
just accepted that she's dead. I don't need answers. I think any answers that I get at this point are only going to hurt me. It's hard to move on. It's not that she
It's not
loves
giving me what I
Julia less.
want.
She just wants to try and pretend to be normal. That's all she wants. So for a long time, all they did was argue and argue about what was the best choice. But for a full year, they did everything. They spent their whole savings on PIs. They went to psychics. They did everything in the book. But it didn't matter because the sheriff in this case was confident in his own little fucking theory, okay? Which was, did he have proof? No. Which was, he announced, she ran away. College girls do that all the time. What can we say? There's so many good book quotes in this book, but one is, your mother and I had always been secretly pleased that you were so headstrong and passionate about your causes. Once you were gone, we understood that those were qualities.
Hello, Strawberry. How are you?
And young women as troublesome. So he was like, well, she had some views. You know, she was very socially one way, so we think maybe she joined like a hippie commune and left.
Damn, that was pretty good.
Yeah, oh, she's got some crazy quotes in this book, okay? Now, since Julia was 19 years old, there's not really much that they can do. She's an adult. They tried everything. They put up their own flyers, but eventually Julia's mom moves on, and Julia's dad could not do it. They get a divorce, and he's literally killing himself trying to figure out what happened to Julia. In present day, perfect Claire, random housewife in Georgia, we don't know how they connect yet, is sitting at a restaurant bar in Atlanta. She's waiting for her husband, Paul. Sure, they live together. Sure, they have been together for the past 18 years. They literally saw each other this morning before he went to work, but today was special. They were gonna meet up at this bar and act as if it was like their first time meeting, you know? It was a very special day. Claire had finally gotten off her ankle monitor. Yeah, rich, perfect housewife, casually on probation, casually just out of jail. We don't know why. But there's just a lot of Claire
Give
that
it all
doesn't
these
really add up, you know, to the
spots.
rich, preppy housewife stereotype. Like we figure out early on like something weird is going on with Claire. She also has a very creepy obsession with a recent missing case of a local girl on the news, 16-year-old Anna Kilpatrick. But I guess it's not that creepy. Everyone in town is talking about her. No one can stop talking about her.
So this whole book is in Athens?
No, in Atlanta.
Oh, it's in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Julia just goes missing in Athens, but all of it's in Atlanta. Yeah.
I see.
And another good quote. She
Stop
says,
it.
Karen Slaughter writes, 16 years old, white, middle class, very pretty. No one ever seemed quite as outraged when an ugly woman went missing.
Yikes.
Paul, her hot but not too hot because he's geeky but rich architect husband, joins her at the bar. And we learn that this guy has quite an obsession with theories. Like, he loves that shit. Even when Claire mentions, I don't know, like, I know
This is
that
starting to
I
look
took off my
real
ankle today,
good.
but I feel like I still sense it. Like, my ankle feels heavy. Signal detection theory. Of what? Most people experience the theory with their phones. You ever feel like your phone is vibrating when it's not? That's probably what's happening with the ankle monitor.
We just call him usually Mr. Know-It-All.
Yeah, exactly. He's a Mr. Know-It-All. And she knocks back her drink. But there's something strange about Paul today. It seems like something is bothering him. Because this is supposed to be a happy day. She finally got her ankle monitor off. But it seems like he doesn't want to talk about what's on his mind. So they pay their tab and they start making out on the way to their car. They're in their 40s, but they're acting like they just met. They've been married for 18 years. They can barely keep their hands off of each other. They're trying to make it to their cars, but before they can do it, he pulls her into the alleyway, into a dark alleyway, so that nobody on the busy street can spot them. This is very unlike Paul. Paul is a by-the-books character, and Claire is so confused. She's usually quite vanilla, and suddenly he's like, yeah, public, this is nice. Let me take out my sausage.
Well, he's usually vanilla.
Yeah, and so is she. They're both a very vanilla, like, rich couple.
Oh.
And then suddenly he's like, public sausage, whip it around, woohoo! Like, what is going on right now? He's also being super rough with her, which he never is. He's literally digging his nails so deep into her thighs that he's scraping skin. Like, it's hurting. But she kind of likes it, okay? And he tells her, tell me you want this. He spins her around and, he's about to, when Claire hears another voice behind them. Don't move.
Uh-oh.
There he was, a man in a black hoodie, zipped below his thick tattooed neck. He was holding a knife. Put your hands up. Paul put his hands up, gave up his wallet, his $50,000 watch. He also gave up other accessories, cufflinks, wedding ring. And then it was Claire's turn, but she froze. She genuinely couldn't move. She was in so much shock. This has never happened to her. She lives a sheltered life. The robber was demanding keys, wallet, purse, jewelry, everything. The only thing that she did not give up were Paul's keys that she slipped into her back pocket. Somehow Claire was holding on to them. She didn't remember holding onto his keys when they were walking into the alleyway, but suddenly they were in her hand, so she just very sleekly slipped them in her back pocket.
Car keys?
Yeah, to the Tesla. Yeah, part of this book is like a Tesla ad. It's kind of interesting. So anyway, once the robber had taken everything, he looks at Claire with her skirt kind of riding up, and he realizes that there was one more thing he wanted. Paul notices, and he offers up more money. He's like, we've got money. Yeah, well, no shit. The evil man punches Paul square in the chest. He knocks him down, grabs Claire, and drags her deeper into the alleyway where surely no one is gonna see her. And she's like fighting with all of her strength. She's like digging her fingernails into his wrist. And in slow motion, she turns around and sees Paul lunging at the man. And she sees something reflective slice the air.
Oh my god.
And then just so much blood. The robber lets go of Claire, and she held Paul and looked at him, and she was in shock. He's bleeding everywhere. He had been stabbed in the chest, and she's crying. And Paul is crying, but he's telling her it's gonna be okay. Because that's what Paul did. Like, he took care of everything. He was always the one that calmed her down. I know this book is very interesting. Okay, I'm gonna get into it later anyway. He's the one that, like, calmed her down. He's the one that took care of her. And in his last moments, yeah, we got a death. Like,
last moments?
15 pages into the book, we got someone dying. In his last moments, he tells her he loves her and he will never leave. But that was a lie because he dies in her arms. And Claire is devastated. I mean, that's not even the right
set
word
for the
to describe how
screen.
she feels. They were college sweethearts. He was her life. He ran her life. She always depended on him for everything. All she did was play tennis and volunteer. She had no idea what to do anymore with anything or anyone. She felt like the shell of a person. But on the not so nice part of town, aka not as rich side part of town, There was someone who was jumping with joy at the news of Paul's sudden, unfortunate, and premature death. Her name is Lydia Delgado. A little bit about Lydia. She's the mom of a snarky teenager named Dee, and her whole shtick, Lydia's whole shtick, is that she's the opposite of Claire. We still don't even know how these women connect.
All right, there we go.
But she's the opposite of Claire. Dee, her daughter, got into a private school based off of a scholarship that she entered, and not because she was rich, like the other parents. Like every other parent had to make sure that Lydia was reminded of that fact every single day, which she didn't understand why. Like, what's the freaking point? She would snap back at them. Yeah, it's so sad that she had to be smart to get here rather than having money like you guys. So when that didn't work, the other moms just told her how jealous they were of her. You can just eat chips every day. I can't do that. I feel so guilty.
What the?
I haven't had chips in like 3 years.
Who talks like that?
Yeah, basically calling her conventionally not pretty without calling her not conventionally pretty, basically.
You think this is true though?
Oh, I've heard some horror stories about these private
So like she's obviously wealthy. She lives in Atlanta.
Okay.
So I feel like there's some of that
Yo,
from
what
real
the-
life
I think so.
experience.
Yes.
Who the hell talks like that? Really?
These southern moms do not play. So, but the worst of the moms was this woman named Penelope Ward. She's a total bitch. Her husband is like a successful lawyer that's running for state senator. He's like the hottest, most handsome, most powerful, deadly combination at this school. And Penelope was like the perfect politician's wife. They were just freaking perfect. She would stare at her husband
Yo,
like a little
what is
dog,
going on?
waiting for his beck and call, okay? Similar to Claire and Paul, but Paul is dead.
Except to
Lydia-
this screen. Yet it keeps working on this screen.
Where all the moms are on the bleachers. Lydia. So what happened? So sad what happened, isn't it? I heard your daughter went to middle school with the girl that went missing. Oh, I wouldn't know. It was a lie. Lydia knew everything. She knew everything about that case. She had been spending all hours into the night reading up on the missing case of Anna Kilpatrick. Tragic, really. It's only been a week. They'll find her. Yeah, but imagine all the horrible things that can happen to a girl her age in a week. Penelope expertly transitions from the uncomfortable conversation to an even more uncomfortable conversation. My goodness, Lydia, tell me the story again. So you've been dating, Rick for the past 20 years, but he's not Dee's father, right? Lydia, you're always so private about yourself and your family. We hardly know anything about you. It's like we're strangers. Lydia contemplated. Either she can be evasive, but Penelope will surely come up with her crazier reasons why she's so private, or she can just tell her half-truths, half-lies, and get it over with, and Penelope will 1,000% go tell the other moms, and Lydia would never have to go through this again. So the answer was clear. Dee's father, his name was Lloyd. He died in prison. He was on his way to Mexico to see his grandparents.
Wait, she said in prison?
No, this is her, the truth. She's not saying the truth.
Oh.
Yeah. He was on his way to Mexico to see his grandparents to pick up 20 kilos of cocaine. He was hit by a truck. He was found in a truck overdosing, trying to snort half a brick of cocaine. Dee never got to meet him. Thank the fucking gods. I was pregnant when he died. Oh my goodness. You poor things. No wonder you're so protective of her.
There we go.
Anyway, see you tomorrow. And Penelope leaves. And Lydia is like, what the fork, okay? Meanwhile, Rick sits down, takes her
Thanks,
spot. Now,
man.
Rick is Lydia's
I'm actually in the
boyfriend.
process of
17 years,
redoing it.
And she loves this guy.
It's gonna be
He's
so much
kind,
better.
He's sweet. He has a criminal past, but so does she, okay? They both moved on. Okay, they cleaned up their act like more than
Yeah, I appreciate it about the Insta, man. I really don't even do too much with Insta
Insta
anymore.
his very own. And
Kinda
he's
gave
always
up
there for her.
with the
But today he sat
trying to
down
fight
on
the
bleachers and it
algorithm.
looked like something was bothering him. Something was on his
So
mind.
I definitely appreciate that. I really do.
I was reading the news. 3 days ago, Paul Scott was killed in a mugging gone wrong. The funeral is tomorrow. Seems like the whole town is grieving. Lydia starts crying at her daughter's basketball game, right there in the bleachers.
I try to keep posting, like I really do,
More than okay.
but it's
I
difficult.
guess I just hope he suffered.
Like I know it's not difficult,
Well, he's dead.
but it is.
So, the only people now suffering are his loved ones like Claire, who just watched her husband get buried, and she felt like the entire time she wasn't even in her own body. Now, she's in the back of a black limousine. who the fuck rides limos anymore? This is like her first time.
You have
It's
those
like a thing
moments
for
where you're just
females,
kind of like on and off.
She's in the back of a black limousine with her mom and her grandma going back home to the home that Paul had built, that he wants to have his wake in. And hundreds of people are coming to show up. All of his friends, coworkers, colleagues, all of them would be there and treating it like some networking event. Paul and his college best friend Adam had set up this big architectural firm. It was one of the biggest in Atlanta. It received like billions of dollars in government contracts every year. It was insane. And so he had a lot of powerful friends, politicians, hedge fund managers, bankers, real estate developers, just straight up old money, rich Southern people. All of them were treating this like it was a fun little gossipy event. Claire wanted to die. She wanted to do something that would probably land her in prison again, so she had to behave. And she's waiting to go home to this concrete fortress that was, I mean, every part of this house was meticulously designed by her husband that she loved so much, who is now dead. Why would she want to be in there in a home that was filled with just memories of him? He designed every single wall, every single outlet. Everything was meticulously planned out. Like, I imagine Kim Kardashian's home, kind of cold beige concrete-y, but architectural. So Claire is zoning out on the way home, and her mom and her grandma are droning on and on about all the people in attendance.
Hold on 1 second, y'all.
Your tennis friends seem nice, though. Maybe you can lean on them for some support. Which one is it that you assaulted again?
Oh, what?
Yeah. Claire looked at her. Mom, it wasn't assault. It was disorderly conduct. It's a very big legal difference, okay? She wasn't here, obviously. Claire's grandmother chimed in. Well, she'll probably send flowers. Everyone loves Paul. That's a flat-out lie. Claire's grandma despised Paul. Mainly because he was rich. And she grew up during the Great Depression era. And
Getting Bree's photos out are a little bit more important.
Her to be worth someone. Paul didn't even grow up rich, though. His mom was a housewife, his dad owned a farm,
I didn't want
and they
to
worked
be
really hard to get where they are now. Paul wasn't
I
even
left it
doing
there. I
this
just
for the
remember
money.
I left it
Like,
there.
yeah, they
I
liked
didn't have a
nice things,
conversation
okay?
with you
But they
about
liked
it.
security. During the car ride, Claire pondered
I
about her
brought
new
the
life
dust,
as a
the
widow,
dusting
and we
in
learned
there
more about Paul through
just
her
because
thoughts.
when we were trying to dust
He
it that
always
one
wanted
day,
kids.
those cloths
She never
kept
wanted
getting
kids.
attached onto the dust,
She even went as far as
and I forgot
she went
we
to a
had that
fertility
same
doctor
issue, and
and
we
lied to
ordered
him
the
about how
duster,
she couldn't
and
conceive,
that's like
but in
microfiber.
reality, she had
It's
an
a whole lot
IUD
easier.
stuck up very
Okay,
high.
cool.
We had an extra one
She remembered how he was
that
so
we did
devastated.
use. I put it
He
in there.
comforted
Oh,
her.
cool.
He
Also
stayed
got,
with her. He tried to be
I
strong
thought
for
they were
her.
straps, but I think they're
Now she felt so
bombs.
shitty about it.
Not to say you bombed the
Paul was
house,
the only
but
kid, and both of his parents died when he
Mecca
was 16.
mentioned
It was like a really weird freak accident, okay?
So,
There was
like,
this
just in
freak
case you
ice
ever
storm,
wanna,
which
like, go through
happens
the
in
cleaning
Georgia.
process,
You
and it
would be
Oh, so
surprised.
one popped up when they were
His
here?
parents were driving. This
A
was like
couple
making all the
popped
news
up.
back then. Paul's father was decapitated in the accident,
Brianna killed it,
and
which
Paul's
is
mom
fine,
was
you know,
alive
it
for a few
happens.
seconds.
But
But at least that's
they
what
was
witnesses
talking
reported
about it. They
because
had a
they
whole
claimed they heard her
conversation about it
screaming for
because they
help
said
and saw
one
that her
was
husband was
crawling on her
decapitated, and then
makeup
the entire
while she
car
was trying to
was
do her
engulfed
get
in
her
flames.
makeup off,
And now Paul
and
has been
Big
scared
One
of fire
couldn't get
ever
off the
since.
brush
And they have like a
to get the
sprinkler for
whole
every
brush
inch
and
of their house,
something.
literally.
But
Oh
then she had-
no.
But then
Things
she
that
was
he's ever
like,
been scared of.
Brianna,
That's why he
you know,
never wanted
didn't
to be
care. She's
cremated.
like, she grew up.
The
She's
only
like, she
relative
had
that
it
Paul had was like an
things, so
uncle
she didn't
somewhere.
mind
That was
it.
like it.
But
So
she was
now
like,
his
if Brianna
dreams
wasn't
of
so
having a
cool
big family,
doing seeing it on that and it
She
putting it
killed
on
him.
her face,
and then
somebody
someone
else
killed
could
him
have had a
in
problem.
an alleyway.
Yeah.
So,
Which, by the way, the guy's still not caught.
so
As
I
the car
discreetly
approaches the
did it. I
driveway,
didn't tell them or
Helen,
something.
Claire's mom, notices that the front gate is open. Oh yeah, I left it open to let the caterers in. They all stopped talking. The entire front of the home was lit up like a Christmas tree. Cop cars. For once, Claire's mom was acting like a mom. Whether it was genuine care for Claire or overall hatred for the cops, I don't know. But Claire was grateful. Helen jumped out the car. Is there a problem here, officer? This is private property. Mom, okay, that's a bit too much. Sorry, I'm Claire Scott. This is my home. Can I help you, officers? Yes, ma'am. Can we see some ID? And she's fumbling through her purse, listening to her mom yell at the cops about how inconsiderate they are. Can you not tell that they're just coming back from a funeral? Somebody just died. You should be looking for the murderer. I mean, there's about to be 100 cars showing up here for the wake. Politicians, do you want to run into Atlanta's elite right now and you explain to them what you're doing here? Do you want to be valet? Claire's hurrying to find her ID so her mom can stop making a scene, but in that moment she realizes she doesn't have her ID because it was taken by the person who killed her husband, and she faints on the front lawn. When she comes back to, her mom is hovering over her. The cops tell her not to sit up, but she sits up anyway. There's no point in an ambulance coming. There's about to be 100 cars right now. She gets up and tells them, I can handle it. What's going on, officers? While you were at the funeral, 3 people tried to break into your home.
What?
Excuse me? The caterers stumbled upon a few masked men that had broken your side door. It doesn't seem like they got into the house. Well, they had just entered, and it seems like nothing was stolen. We believe that they were scared off by the caterers and ran off. We have a bolo out on the vehicle, but the best we can do is have you walk through the home and let us know if anything was stolen. This is the character development moment that we've been looking for already. This book moves fast. Claire steps up to the plate. Even though this is normally something Paul would take care of, he's dead. So she cancels everything. She sends everyone home, U-turn from the wake, helps the police write a police report, helps someone take grandma home, and she's on a fucking roll, but something stops her dead in the tracks. She's introduced to the officer in charge of the burglary, Captain Mayhew. Captain? Even for Paul's literal murder, all we got was a detective. What the hell is so important about an attempted, not-so-successful home burglary that a captain would show up? The congressman asked me to directly handle this personally once we figured out whose home this was. Okay, that makes sense. Johnny Jackson was Paul's benefactor from the start. He was like Paul's mentor. He wasn't a congressman when he met Paul, but he took him under his wing, really helped him with business contracts, government contracts for the firm. And that is also why their Amex card is riddled with charges of private jets that were never taken by Paul and 5-star hotels that Paul never stayed in because Congressman Jackson is cashing in on his investment, on the firm's dollar, getting his ROI, if you will. Yeah. Claire does a brief walkthrough of the house while the captain tells her that there have been a string of robberies. They believe it's professional criminal groups who look at the obits, like the obituaries, and see when a funeral is because most family members will be there at the funeral.
Wow.
Then they will rob the homes. Claire was disgusted, but the other officer that was with the captain spoke up. And he just had a weird vibe to him. Maybe it was the black eye that he had. Fred Nolan, you mind taking us to the guts of the security system? Claire led them to the garage where both men stood still for a second. This is not a regular garage. This is a detached garage. The entire garage looks like Manny Cushman's garage. Like I'm talking a fully done interior where there's cars parked. There's about $500,000 worth of cars parked in there right now. Like a crazy Porsche, Tesla, like all these crazy cars. The upstairs is Paul's office. There's basement storage under the garage, and there's a locked back door with insulation, and that's like the security room. It's like a guardhouse. There's a walk-in closet next to his office, 2 full bathrooms. This garage is insane. And everything in the garage is like meticulously organized and labeled and locked with codes. Kind of a neat freak, eh? Yeah, I got lucky. Does your husband secretly work for the NSA or something? Yep, that's exactly what he did. Nolan was starting to piss her off. Either way, she led them to the security room where they were about to replay the footage of the masked men entering via the open gate and breaking the window. The alarms had been turned off because she was expecting the caterers to come in with their key. Claire couldn't do it anymore. She didn't want to watch the footage, so she excused herself and went upstairs to Paul's office. She hadn't been in there since he died, and it was just... this is where he spent a lot of time. She just missed him, you know? Oh, and then fuck, okay. She thought about all the things that she had to do, you know. Everything was Paul's. He had this insane work ethic, and now she has to... the break-in, she's got to call insurance and fix that window, but she doesn't even know who the insurance company is, and she's freaking out. So she digs out her phone, or takes the landline, and she calls Adam. This is his, like, architect firm partner. Now, they're best friends, but they also share the same people who do everything. Also, side note about Paul, she's, like, reminiscing while she's in the office. There's just something about Paul that was different, you know? She had this big painting that she painted him of his old home in Athens, Georgia, his farm.
Who painted it?
Claire. Because
okay.
these manufacturers came over and took over the farm, and they literally killed his childhood home. And he hung it in his office. It's not even a good painting. And she remembered, Claire's beautiful, by the way. She's like drop dead gorgeous, especially when she was younger. Even now at 40, but like when she was like 20, everyone wanted to date her. But Paul, she remembered their very first date. He would say, everyone knows you're beautiful, but no one knows you're clever. And she said that was a word. Like anyone can be smart, but clever? It takes someone special to be clever, you know?
Babe,
Yeah?
you clever.
You is clever, okay? So anyways, she is calling Adam for the insurance agent, and, Claire, are you alright? The wake was canceled. Yeah, we were robbed. It's fine. I'm fine. They didn't actually take anything. Listen, do you know who our insurance agent is? Yeah. I'll send over her name right along with her contact. Okay, thanks. Look, Claire, I'm really sorry about having to ask you right now. I was gonna wait until after the wake and everything's settled, but do you mind sending me some of the recent work files on Paul's computer? I know, it's like the worst time. It's fine, it's no big deal. I'm so sorry, Claire. Claire hangs up, and she thinks about all the hours that she spent alone with Adam, and she hated herself for it. She could have spent it with her loving.
Alright, y'all, I'm back. Sorry about that bit of interruption.
Okay, some shit's going on. So she sits on his computer chair and logs into his computer. She knew his password.
And Adam is
the partner, best friend.
Best friend. Wow.
/ business partner.
Yeah.
So she
They
goes,
share everything together?
yes, including Claire. So she goes through all the major files. It was labeled work, personal, house. He's very meticulous. She clicked work, and there was a long list of files with numbers instead of names. So she's thinking, okay, it's got to be the most recent ones, like
Excuse me.
saying that he was probably working on. So she sorts them most recent. She realizes a few of the files had been opened and worked on right before he went to go meet her in the bar, the day that he died. She clicked it open, and oh my god, kinky. A woman is chained to a concrete wall, like a basement wall, in an X formation, and like, woo! Yikes. She immediately mutes it because there's detectives downstairs, and the whole video looked like the opposite of what Paul was into. Paul, I'm talking, is 4 seasons vanilla boy Paul, and suddenly we're talking grunge BDSM basement. What's going on?
What?
The room itself is filthy. There's like a mattress on the floor of the video. The woman is brunette, has mascara like just streaming down her face, red lipstick that's everywhere. And suddenly a man with a ski mask enters the screen and adjusts the camera like this, like up close. And he starts walking towards the girl on the wall. And he has a machete in his hand. And
Oh my god, it's a snuff film.
Slices it in the air and blood sprays everywhere. And then he... Mrs. Scott. Claire starts fumbling to turn off the computer and the video player, and it won't exit. It's fucking buffering, so she slams on the keys, anything to get it stopped playing. Mrs. Scott, can I come in? She finally gets it to close just as Fred Nolan opens the door. She's sweating and clutching the desk. Something wrong, Mrs. Scott? No? Do you need something? I just wanted to let you know that we looked at the possible connections, and there doesn't seem to be any connection between what happened to your husband in the alleyway and the robbery today. But just to be sure, we'll send someone here to comb through everything. That won't be necessary. His eyes fall to her white knuckles that are gripping the table. Something you don't want us to see? Silence. I'm curious, Mrs. Scott. Did your husband say anything to you before he was murdered? What would he even say? That he wanted to play around with machetes? Oh, sweetie, before I die, I just wanted to let you know that I was watching a really weird video before I came to see you. And, like, he kills the girl.
Would she say that?
No, she's thinking that.
Oh.
No. He promised me he wouldn't die, but maybe you noticed anything different that night. General demeanor. She did think it was weird that he was so rough in the alleyway, and now with the video, but she doesn't say that. I'm sorry, are you a detective or a rookie cop? It's just... you didn't give me a title or show any... my apologies. He takes out his wallet and shows his badge, but instead of the sheriff's shield, Federal Bureau of Investigation.
What?
The fucking FBI? Why would the FBI be involved? So if you don't know, Georgia is interesting. So they have, we have the regular police, and then we have the GBI,
Yes.
and then the FBI, right?
Yes, we have our GBI, baby.
Yeah. So why the hell is the FBI here and not the GBI? And like, why did it escalate like this? Okay, but like, is it the movie? She's like freaking out, okay? I didn't know the FBI was in charge of unsuccessful burglaries. The gang who robbed your house crossed county lines. We're helping the police forces coordinate. That's all. Fred Nolan stared at her for what felt like an eternity, and she tried her best to look as natural as possible. But the minute that he left, she ran to the pristine bathroom and threw up everywhere. Everyone just kind of assumes that I'm trying to learn Chinese to be closer to my fiance and his family. That's the primary reason, okay? That is my main motivator. I want to spy and snoop in on conversations that my fiance is having with his family in Mandarin, but there's a whole lot of other reasons too. Another reason is that my doctor told me that one of the best ways to keep your brain sharp is to learn a new language, and I always get so motivated by that. Which, if you guys are looking to learn a new language, might I suggest to you my favorite, Rosetta Stone. Rosetta Stone is a language game changer for me. Okay, so they are the expert in language learning for the past 30 years. They have an award-winning app where you can learn anytime, anywhere. You can pick from 25 languages, like they have Italian, German, Chinese, Korean, Japanese, Spanish. And I just love how easily digestible Rosetta Stone makes it. You can learn and make real progress in as little as 10 minutes at a time, and it feels like this yummy language snack for your brain. And it's really rooted in preparing you for real life. My fiance was so amazed at how good Rosetta Stone is because I've tried learning Chinese before and it always sounded awkward. Like I sounded like a robot. And he would say, "No, this is really good. It's like how the locals talk." My favorite part though, no memorizing vocab. No tedious flashcard style. I hate that. And Rosetta Stone is so intuitive. And I always see comments that are like, "Oh my god, Biss, I'm trying to learn Korean." Well, for a limited time, our listeners can get Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription, which gives you access to all 25 of their languages forever for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com/baking today. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. So let's cover another letter from Julia's dad, shall we? Every year, on the anniversary of Julia's disappearance, Julia's dad would go down to the police station, look the sheriff in the eye, and demand to see the case files. At first, the sheriff used to put up a fight and say, "No, we're not allowed to show you the case files. It's an ongoing investigation." But then he would threaten to tell reporters. So he'd be brought into the police interrogation room where he had his lunch packed, a thermos, and he would stay all day, pouring through the case files again. There was almost never anything new added. All of the names, witnesses, suspects, potential suspects, anything, anyone were blacked out, redacted, so that he could not see. Instead, he could just read about how everyone thought that Julia was an opinionated young lady, a free spirit, and how she had been arguing with her sisters, and about how Julia's parents wouldn't let her go to a concert, so she probably ran away. Julia's dad realized if anyone was going to find her, it was going to be him. It wasn't going to be the cops. Lydia goes home that night, determined to not use drugs. She had been sober for at least 2 decades now, ever since she had her daughter Dee, and she wasn't going to let Paul ruin her life again. He almost ruined her life before she had her daughter. Lydia would drink and do all sorts of drugs while thinking to herself, if only Paul hadn't, if only he didn't. And then she would use to try and forget. She would try to forget being in Paul's car, driving to the woods with his hand on her knee. Those were the bad years. That's what her and Rick called it now. Rick also still called her Pepper. That was Lydia's old nickname. You know, Julia was the one that started calling me that. Dee looked at her. "Your sister, Julia?" "Yeah. You know, Dee, it's okay to talk about her. You look just like her, you know? She's beautiful. You're beautiful."
Wait, Julia?
Is Lydia's sister.
Oh.
Julia went missing 20 years ago. Yeah.
So Lydia is the mom?
No, is the sister of Julia.
Oh, got it. Oh.
And now she's a mom.
I see.
Because it's been 20 years since she went missing.
So that's her dad?
Yeah, the
In the
one writing
beginning.
the letters.
Oh.
That's her dad.
We just found out. Okay,
Just found out, yeah.
Okay.
So Lydia thought back to her life even before Paul. Julia had been gone for 5 years. And for 5 years, her dad, he didn't sleep, he didn't live, he didn't breathe. All he did was grieve. But she thought he would have loved Dee. She would have made him the proudest grandfather. But he was gone too. Just like Julia. Well, maybe not just like Julia. Sam, their father, at least she had answers. He had ended things. He just couldn't live without one of his daughters. So we find out Julia's dad later ends things. But we're going to see how it amps up in the
we're
letters.
just reading the letters.
Yeah. So that day, Lydia drops off Dee at school and drives all the way to the grave. She had to print out the pictures from Google Maps to figure out what the cemetery looked like, But the drive took longer than she imagined. And maybe it was the rain, which she didn't think it was gonna rain. She always pictured herself being the one killing Paul, and she thought it was gonna be a sunny day, but it's fine. She parks her car, walks over to the grave, and it's drizzling. You were wrong, you know. You said I was worthless. You said I was gutter, trash, and I'd be dead by now. You said nobody would believe me because I didn't matter. And for a while, I believed you. I thought maybe I was the problem. But I didn't lie, I didn't make anything up, and you made me believe that I wanted it, that I sent you all the signals, and I never did. You were just a psychopathic motherfucker, and you found the way to perfectly alienate me from my own family. Well, fuck you and your stupid fucking degree and your fucking blood money, because look who's standing here now. Look who's still kicking it, you piece of shit. I'm gonna dance on your grave. I'm gonna shit on your grave. And she starts pulling her pants down. She wasn't really gonna shit on his grave, just pee on his grave. But as she squatted, she saw shoes. And she looks up. Perfect, sleek black dress, skinny, elegant, rich, staring at her.
The wife?
At least Helen has one perfect daughter. Claire. Lydia hadn't seen her baby sister in 18 years. So these are both Julia's sisters.
Oh my, wait.
But for some reason, Lydia hates Paul, and that's why they no longer talk.
Oh.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Uh-huh.
What the fuck?
These aren't even plot twists in Karen Slaughter's world. This is just a casual Tuesday,
yeah,
baby.
but like I'm getting confused.
I know. Me too, okay?
So they're both sisters. So there are 3 sisters.
Yeah.
One of them married Paul. The other one hates Paul.
Mm-hmm.
And then one of them gone missing.
Yeah. 20 years ago.
Okay.
Never in her wildest dreams did she think that Claire would turn into their mom. Claire tossed a bunch of tissues at the ground for Lydia. Lydia stood up, pulled up her pants. Well, that was fun. I hope I never see you again. And she starts walking off, but Claire chases her down. What do you want, Claire? You made your choice. You and Mom both made your choice. You can't just expect me to forgive you now that he's dead. Forgive me? Forgive me? I'm the one that needs forgiveness? You just tried to shit on my dead husband's grave. Yeah, well, your dead husband tried to rape me. And guess what you said 18 years ago? Do you remember? You kicked me out of your house and threatened to call the cops. You accused me of lying. You chose a guy, a stupid fucking guy over your own sister. Oh yeah, because you were the most trustworthy sister in the world. You stole cash from me all the time. You stole my favorite pearls, all of my jewelry. You lied to me about borrowing my car. You sold it so you could buy drugs. You ran up $13,000 of debt on my credit card that you stole. You always lied. How was I supposed to know that this time was different? Well, I would never lie about something like that, Claire. You were high when he drove you home. Maybe you didn't remember. Oh yeah, sure, that's what he said, huh? He picked me up from jail. How the hell did I get high in jail, Claire? You didn't even care to hear me out. You heard me say one sentence and then you threatened to kick me out. You never fucking wanted the truth. So why the hell are you even talking to me now? Lydia looked at Claire. She was doubting Paul. She could feel it. Did he hurt you? What? No. He would never hurt me. He took care of me. He was a good man. He was a good husband. Lydia tried to change the subject to Helen, their mother, whom she also hasn't spoken to in 18 years, but somehow that led to Claire asking her about her life. Do you have kids? No. Lydia lied, straight at her sister. But the more she looked at her, Claire just looked like hell. She looked like she wasn't doing well. Claire, are you... I have to go. Take care of yourself, Pepper. And with that, Claire walked off. She went home to take her $500 custom tennis racket, which is so fucking goofy because she always preferred the $20 Wilson ones, and she starts slamming $500,000 worth of cars, just beating them up because she's having a mental fucking breakdown, okay? Because she thought she knew her husband, doesn't know her husband. What the fuck is going on? Okay, what is going on right now? She tried to come up with 5 million reasons as to why this video was on his computer, But Paul would say that this is the law of truly large numbers. Get a big enough sample size, outrageous things are bound to happen, right? Maybe it's that. Maybe he accidentally downloaded it. Maybe he thought it was a funny joke. Maybe someone sent it to him in an email. But Paul was not careless. He would never. Maybe he didn't realize what was on the movie. Maybe he hadn't gotten to the end. Maybe he just thought it was kinky. But Paul doesn't even like scary movies. That was her thing. But maybe it wasn't even real. Maybe it was like a fake snuff film, like a parody. Technology is so good these days. Claire put the tennis racket down. She knew what she had to do. She knew all along, but now she had the courage. She had to look at all the other files in his work folder. That would answer a lot of the questions. She went upstairs, sat down, and her mom would tell her, knowing the truth isn't always a good thing. That's how her mom dealt with Julia's disappearance. And that's not how Dad dealt with it, and look what happened to him. He's dead too. But she couldn't do it. She had to know. It didn't matter. It was killing her on the inside. So she clicked on the second work file, and it was the same woman, same situation, and it looked like the same day, or at least the same place. Claire paused it and tried to study the setting. It looked like an older basement, stained mattress, fast food bags littered all over the floor. She tried to turn on the sound, but all she could hear was the woman crying, and she couldn't do it again. This film, instead of a machete, the man had an electric cattle prod. They zapped the cows.
Oh man.
And, well, you know what he's gonna do with it.
Wait, is this like a? It looks like a snuck film type of thing.
It looks real, but
It
she
looks
doesn't
real.
know.
Okay.
Then she went to the next movie down. Same woman, same man, same setup. So it's like all the torture looked like it was chronologically broken down into different little movies. She tried to study the man, or at least she could be certain it wasn't her husband. Her husband had 3 distinct moles on his shoulder. He was leaner, taller. This man was a little bit pudgier. She kept going until she found videos containing a new woman, but same setting, same masked man, same situation, but a new, younger looking woman. Is this even legal? Is this even real? Oh my god, is she gonna get in trouble for watching this? Wait, fuck. What if the Wi-Fi connects and like the NSA can watch? Okay, so she freaks out. She tries to connect the router out of the computer, but as she's doing that, she notices something curious. There
What
is
is
a wire
going on?
leading from the computer into the ground. Straight in to underneath the office is the security room. What? She runs downstairs and she sees that the wire is connected to this massive mainframe. This is when it hits her. None of this was an accident. 8 years ago, when Paul had built this house, he had built a space for the main storage of all these movies. 8 years ago. That means these movies must be real, right?
Because they're not online.
Yeah. That means these women, these poor women. Oh my god. Claire knew what she had to do. She copied the entire disc, or at least that folder. There was a lot more.
What is
into
going
a hard
on?
drive. Waited 54 minutes staring at the computer like a zombie, thinking about what the hell her life had become. When it was finally done, she threw the transferred files. So she has a copy at home. This is just a copy of the files. Threw them into her car, drove straight to the police station, and demanded to speak to Captain Mayhew. She didn't even know the guy, but he's the top dog in charge, okay? She knew that once this got out, her life would be upside down. The police would search her house. Every inch of her life, would try to figure out if she was in on it. The whispers would get out. She knew the consequences. She would never have a social life again, but she had to. These poor fucking women. She sat in front of Captain Mayhew while he opened the first file. They were on my husband's computer. My husband has movies of women being tortured and killed, and I think that he liked watching them, and I just found them. Captain Mayhew watched for several minutes in silence. He paused and sat back in his chair. I know this must be very shocking for you, Mrs. Scott. Trust me, the first time I saw this kind of stuff, I couldn't sleep for weeks.
That's not what I'm looking for.
You what? It's fake? Well, yeah, this isn't even one of the good ones, Mrs. Scott. You can see the shadow right here. That's the connection for the squib. You know what a squib is?
Okay, so that doesn't help.
It's like a plastic bladder filled with fake blood. They have remote-controlled ones now, so I guess this one's a bit low budget.
Oh,
Entire.
I don't get it. Mrs. Scott, this is fake. Because I know, she looks quite like Anna Kilpatrick. Claire froze. She hadn't been thinking that at all. She had been so caught up in her husband and the fact that he had these movies, she didn't even... But now that he said it, she couldn't unsee it. It does kind of look like that missing girl. Mrs. Scott, I know about...
This is not giving me what I'm needing, and now it's screwing up.
I know it must lead you to have some very dark thoughts and create these very dark connections and lead to these conclusions. That's completely normal, and I feel for you. But this stays between us, okay?
What?
We found a lot of blood in Anna's car. Too much blood for her to still be alive, if that makes sense. So again, I'm really sorry. You know, men are pigs, and your husband probably had fun watching this kind of stuff, but, you know, it's just a video. It's like a video game. It doesn't mean he wanted to do this in real life or that he liked it in real life, you know? And take it from me, a pig myself, you know, men just, we like to watch weird things once in a while. You don't think that with Anna being missing is such an odd coincidence? Nonsense, Mrs. Scott. The law of truly large numbers, have you heard of that? Claire froze. But he continued.
What the fuck?
She had never heard anyone talk about this theory or any theory like this for any reason, and the way he explained the theory, he might as well have taken the words straight out of Paul's mouth. Had they ever met before? Before Claire left, Captain Mayhew asked one too many times if there were any other backups of these videos anywhere. She lied and said no. That was it. That's all I found. Well, I'll take these off your hands, and if you need anything at all or anything comes up, just give me a call. I'll handle it personally. Thank you. She starts rushing out the door. She wants to gag, and she notices a note on her windshield. I really need those files. Don't make me do this the hard way. Adam Quinn. Adam Quinn, the business partner, had been at the police station being questioned about the burglary, because everyone who had keys to the house were questioned, and Adam had keys to the house. Claire didn't pay any attention to him. She did run into him on the way in, but she had bigger problems. But now, what the fuck files was he talking about? The movies? Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Lydia was laying on Rick's lap while she contemplated her meeting with her sister. Rick wanted to know more about Claire, but Lydia didn't know what to say. Claire was always the interesting one out of the three sisters. They were best friends until Paul came around and ripped them apart. But Claire was kind of like a cat. Beautiful, pretty, terrifying, quiet. She's the one that everyone underestimates. She likes to watch and listen and observe. Kind of sneaky, you know? Even during trivia nights, even if she knew the right answer to every question, which she always did, she would always get a few wrong on purpose. I don't know why. But
Yo, what is going on with this?
I don't know what she ever saw in Paul, though. He was a loser. And he wasn't even rich when they started dating. He was smart.
Why is it not
He was a 5, and Claire was a
doing
11.
what it's supposed to do?
I just think that he was the safe choice. The guy that loved her more than she loved him. And of course, he was a master manipulator. He tried to make her feel like he was the one saving her, doing her a favor by being with her. He isolated her. He was obsessed with her. It was freaking gross. And then there was another insane quote in the book. The world stops for you when you're pretty. That's why women spend billions on crap for their faces. Their whole life, they are the center of attention. People want to be around them just because they're attractive. Their jokes are funnier. Their lives are better. And then suddenly, they get a few bags under their eyes or put on a little weight, and no one cares about them anymore. It's like they cease to exist.
Yikes.
Paul was now dating the most beautiful girl in the college. I mean, it's clear what he was getting out of it, but what the hell was Claire getting out of it? Lydia wondered, okay? As they're both pondering, Lydia hears her phone ding from across the room. She gets up and grabs it. A text from an unknown number, and it doesn't say anything. It's an address to a nice part of Atlanta. Babe? Who is it? It's Claire. My sister needs me. And with that, Lydia runs to be with her sister.
What?
The one that betrayed her, the one she hadn't spoken to in 18 years because her little sister needed her, and it was a mix of emotions. So, like, I mean, the whole book, the way it's done is very well done. It's not like Lydia's like, you know what, I forgive you for everything. She fucking hates Claire the whole time that she's there. But it's like, she can't not go for some reason, and it maybe has to do with the trauma from Julia as well. Of like, what if she doesn't go and something happens to Claire?
Okay.
This is really
This is,
getting to
very
me because it's not
complicated.
working
And,
the
like,
way it's
Lydia
supposed to.
lies to Claire about her family, never tells her about her daughter for the longest time, like just lies about everything.
Yeah.
So Claire is waiting for her sister to maybe not show up, and she takes a tally of all the things that she had since discovered since coming into the basement. She went through all the files. She had come upon these boxes of files. So let's just run down. Each series consisted of multiple 5-minute videos, and each section of 5-minute videos was like a part of the torture. There was like whipping,
Like, why is it
mutilation,
moving the
branding,
whole photo?
electrocution, like just crazy fucking torture. And each episode was basically the same format but a different girl. And they
Like,
all
the
started
patch
with their
tool
heads
should
covered
not
and
move the
chained
whole
up,
photo.
But later their faces would be uncovered, and the last video was when they die. The very last one on the secret hard drive was of a girl that looked like Anna Kilpatrick. She couldn't study the face close enough, but it looked like her. And,
That's why.
there are,
Okay.
like, this book is really gruesome. It's really dark. Like, the author says that they use the machete not to kill.
There we go. Much better. That's what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So, like, there was just no way it was fake. Like, that amount of torture. Like, who even wants to watch that? It just doesn't even make sense, okay? Claire couldn't just sit by and see if her sister was going to show up, so she downed a whole bottle of wine, paired with a couple of Valium, and she starts going through these boxes that she had found in the basement. These boxes contained files upon files of women. Women that were not missing. Women that were alive. And how does she know they're alive? Because Paul hired a private investigator once a year to keep tabs on all these women, including her sister Lydia. And remember how Lydia's daughter Dee was going to the school on a scholarship?
Yeah. It's on there too?
Paul opened the scholarship, threw out all the other applicants, and he was paying for Dee's schooling.
What in the world? Wow, this guy's doing a lot.
Yeah,
And she's clueless.
she was clueless. Clueless. Yeah, and the whole time I was reading it, I was like, I don't know, babe, I'm so suspicious of you. He was like, you gotta stop reading these books. You gotta read like a rom-com. I'm like, I can't read a rom-com, okay? Let me go through your computer right now.
Fascinating, huh?
What's fascinating, you creep? You're creeping me out. Jesus Christ. Every single year for the past 20 years, Paul had kept a PI keeping tabs on Lydia, as well as a bunch of other women. It just didn't make sense. There were pictures of them grocery shopping, just really creepy stuff. Claire knew that Lydia had lied to her about having a kid, and on top of that, Dee looked just so much like their sister Julia. The resemblance was uncanny. Paul was clearly obsessed with Lydia, but why? Over the years, Paul would even suggest that Claire reach out to Lydia, but she refused. She said, I don't want to have someone like that in my life if they would accuse you of something like that. I don't want anyone to come between you and me, Paul. And now Claire can't help but wonder if maybe Paul had manipulated her. Was Paul playing her for a fool this whole time? And who were these other women? Did he try to assault them too?
Is she like shaken to the core right now?
Yeah. And the way that Karen Slutter writes her downfall is so realistic. It's not just sadness, it's like this anger and then grief and then like trying to talk herself out of it. Like maybe it was an accident. There's just no way, that's not who I knew, and I'm not dumb. Like it's just like such a mix of emotions that keep coming in waves.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she's thinking he watched videos of the assault. He allegedly tried to assault her sister. Maybe he was a serial assaulter. Or is that too far of a stretch? Was that the connection to Lydia? These women? Other pressing questions include, was Captain Mayhew an idiot for thinking these were fake, or is he somehow connected to all of this? And Adam Quinn, the architect partner, what files? Is he talking about work files or these video files? Ding! Ah! Claire jumps up the door. Lydia is here. Claire hid Lydia's files from the rest. She knew that her sister would never be able to get over the fact that she was watched without knowing it for the past 20 years of her life, and the dirty chip-chipan feelings that would cause. So she runs to the door, and Lydia scans the cold mansion. It's her first time in here. Claire is too drunk to care. Did you have an affair with Paul? Ew! Lydia looks disgusted and shocked. Are you freaking kidding me right now? To Claire, it made sense, though. Maybe Dee is Paul's kid. Why else would he pay for her schooling? Like a love child, right? Absolutely not. What are you on, Claire? Valium, vodka, Ambien? Who cares? Was Paul cheating on you? Just tell me what happened between you and Paul. Why? Literally, why? You didn't want to hear it 18 years ago. What good does it do now he's dead? Please, Pepper. I need to know. Lydia contemplated her options, but maybe this is what her sister needed. I was in his car. He bailed me out of jail. He was driving me home. He kept putting his hand on my knee and I kept pushing it off. Suddenly, he drove deep into the woods, pulled over, and he punched me in the face before I knew what was coming. My nose started bleeding and I was so out of it. I tried to fight him, but he still kept punching me. I managed to run out of the car into the woods and I tripped on a branch. I ended up face down on the ground. He climbed on top of me. He was hurting me, and I just kept remembering how he was digging his nails into my thighs and saying, "Tell me you want this." Claire stopped breathing. It's really traumatizing and gross, you know. I still have nightmares. He said it as if I was enjoying it, as if this was completely normal. Then he ripped the skin of my thighs, and right when he was about to, we heard whistling. There were men walking through the woods looking for a quiet place to hook up. I booked it out of there. One of the guys helped me. They wanted me to call the cops, but I told them no. Why not? Because I was just bailed out of jail? Paul is your boyfriend, upstanding scholarship-winning grad student. Who do you think the cops would believe? But you had witnesses. Yeah, because the cops in the South love gay men trying to hook up in the woods at night. Claire led Lydia to the kitchen where she started drinking, but right at that moment, headlights shined through the dining room. Oh my God, someone is here. Why is there a cop here, Claire? I'm on parole, Lydia. I cannot have drugs in my system. You're on parole? You're telling me, please, just open the door. It's probably that FBI agent. The fucking FBI agent? What are you talking about? Fred Nolan, asshole FBI agent. You committed a federal crime? I don't know, okay? Just get him out of here. Lydia opens the door and Claire is waiting behind her. Claire thought she was hiding, but it's just frosted glass. Let me speak to Claire. I know she's hiding behind you. He steps in. Claire, I'm assuming you know that your husband was embezzling money from the company?
Wait, who's this?
Fred Nolan, FBI.
Oh.
Excuse me? Embezzling money? You're lying. You can talk to Adam Quinn if you'd like. He's the one that called the FBI to begin with. Your husband wired $3 million of company funds to an offshore account. But here's the funny thing, Miss Scott. That kind of money, that's enough for me to retire on. But to you and your husband, drop in the bucket. Paul's worth at least $50 million on paper, probably more. Probably a lot more. Can you please just get to the point? Adam Quinn was nice enough to settle out of court with your husband, but maybe he found another way to get your husband back. And he scanned his eyes up and down her body, letting her know loud and clear that he knew about the affair. I guess I'll get going now, Mrs. Scott. But I guess, curiosities keep me up at night. I'm just so curious why your husband, who is worth so much, would risk all of that for a mere $3 million that would mean nothing to him. He walked off and Lydia slammed the door shut. Start explaining what's going on. Claire, what the fuck is going on? Sorry I asked you to come. You should leave, Pepper. But instead of leaving, Lydia forced Claire to bathe, cooked her a hot meal, and while she was in the shower, Claire comes out and says, so stupid, isn't it? I have a harder time believing my husband was a thief than I have believing he was a rapist. Lydia, I don't deserve your forgiveness. Yeah, well, I don't forgive you. But you're still my sister. And during breakfast, Claire explains to her why she was on parole. Apparently, Claire smashed the knee of her tennis partner on purpose with her tennis racket. Yeah. So the tennis partner was talking about a girl in her daughter's college who got drunk one night, went to a frat party, and was R-worded by a bunch of guys who roofied her drink, and there was a video circulating of the massive dog pile assault. Everyone on campus had watched it. And in the end, this tennis partner housewife bitch mom said, "That stupid girl. Getting drunk like that around a bunch of boys. It's her own fault for going to that party."
What the fuck?
What did you just say? And Lydia said, "So what happened?" I took my racket and I smashed it into her knee. Broke her knee and her nose and two of her teeth. Blood everywhere. She needed 2 operations to get her knee back into place. It was actually quite fun. Until I got arrested. And you got out on parole? We bought our way out of it. Took a shit ton of money, but still had to wear an ankle bracelet for 6 months. Anyway, that's the story. So the two ate their toast in silence, and Lydia asked why Claire believed her now after 18 years. Lydia, you might not want to believe it, but I really loved him. Like, I truly loved him. But I'm so angry I couldn't even see the truth when it was right there in front of me. None of this makes sense, Claire. Why are the feds on this case? If Adam Quinn or whatever settled out of court for the embezzlement, why are the feds still on it? Claire hesitated, but she knew that she needed Lydia's help. She told her about all the videos and the files, and her sister demanded to see the videos. She showed her the still images instead of playing it, and she showed her the girl that looks like Anna Kilpatrick, and they kept comparing it to internet photos, and it was bad. It was bad. So the girl that looks like Anna Kilpatrick, she has this large X burned into her belly, below the ribs, like mutilated, off-center, burns all over her body. It looks like her, but I mean, I can't be sure. So Lydia helps Claire come up with a small action plan. It's not a great plan, but what options do they have right now? Claire remembered the day that Paul died. She ended up with his keys in her hand for some reason, right? Strange, whatever. But the key had a USB drive on the keychain. They plug it in. Nothing's on there. Okay, what the fuck? Now the USB keychain was a gift from Claire, so maybe it was just like a memento, like a sentimental thing he wanted her to keep. He like really loved that keychain. So plugs it in, nothing's on there. She goes to Paul's laptop. This is the plan. They're gonna put his real work files in there, give it to Adam Quinn, and if Adam Quinn is like, no, give me the other files, that means he's fucking in on it.
Why aren't they reaching out to FBI?
Who knows if they're in on it?
Okay.
You know what I mean? So, they're testing him. Meanwhile, Lydia went through the file names of the videos, all the numbers, and she felt like there had to be some sort of pattern to these things. She realized, at least with the numbers for that girl, Anna Kilpatrick, the title was a sequence of numbers that translated to the day that she went missing. Which means...
Oh my god, so it is her.
The videos must be real, and it must be Anna, and there must be other girls who went missing, and their families are looking for them.
That's insane.
Lydia asked, why would Paul download these off the internet? Do you think he was paying for these? But why wouldn't he report it? Lydia brought up something more terrifying. Every girl in the videos, every girl in the files, Claire, they all look like you. They all had the same blonde hair, same frame, same size.
Wow.
Going through the files, Lydia also uncovered a new piece of evidence, or at least what she thought it was, a deed for a property in Watkinsville. This is kind of near Athens, like 30 minutes away from Athens, and that's where Paul grew up on a farm. Yeah, but why is the deed to the property for Buckminster Fuller? Oh, that was Paul's favorite architect. Probably used it as a trust to buy the house. But that doesn't make sense, because the reason that I painted him a painting of his childhood home was because Paul was very upset that this huge developing company had bought the farm and was going to tear down his home. The motherfucker owned it all along. Lydia Google Maps the house, and at least as far as she could tell, the house was still there. I found the landline number to the house. Do you think he's renting it out? Maybe, but why wouldn't he mention it to me? Why would he go out of his way to lie about the house? I have a burner phone. I bought it yesterday. Let's call the number. You have a Okay, fine. Let's call that. The call went to voicemail, where you could hear Paul's voice and another girl's voice asking someone to leave a message, like a cute little fucking family. Okay,
What?
Claire had bigger things to worry about. Yes, she did, okay? Her husband is like a crazy person and he's dead. But suddenly she's very jealous. The girl Lexi, or whatever, sounded younger, happier, perkier, stupider. Bitchier. She stood up. I'm gonna go over there. What? You're gonna go? Well, if you go, you gotta tell Lexi or whatever the truth. If this was someone that was close to Paul, you gotta... Oh, yeah. That's a good idea, Lydia. I'm gonna go over there, knock on the door. Hi, Lexi. Nice to meet you. By the way, your husband, really into polygamy. He's an R-worder, a thief, an embezzler. Oh, and guess what I found on his computer? Do you want to watch it with me? I'm not doing that. Trust me, no woman wants to know this. Was Paul gone a lot? Like on business trips? For a few days max, but I always went with him most of the times.
What?
But Athens is close enough for him to go and come back on days that he's working late. They studied the Google Maps Street View. At least the house didn't have a basement. That would have been really bad because the videos are filmed in a basement. What if the masked man is... I know, I thought the same thing. It's not Paul. I already studied the body. What about his partner, Adam? Maybe they're not just partners as architects. Claire realized that she never really studied Adam's body. They were just hot flings, you know, at the office, hidden. She never really even saw him naked. Claire couldn't do it. She was about to hop in the car, but Lydia offered to drive. There was no way that she was going to let Claire go all the way alone to Athens right now, and Claire did not argue. And in this very long car ride to Athens, the two of them reminisce about Julia. Claire finally apologizes to Lydia for not believing her, and she knew that no amount of apologizing would ever be enough. She didn't even want Lydia to forgive her. She just wanted to voice it, that was all. But more explosive than that is while they're driving in the Tesla, which this is like a whole Tesla ad, they get a Google alert because the Tesla is like basically a computer, for Anna Kilpatrick. This is Paul's car, so Paul had set up a Google alert for any news on Anna Kilpatrick. And they get a notification for it. They pull over and start watching the live press conference. Anna's body had been found on the Beltline.
The Beltline.
It's like a hiking trail that is literally just for... It's for views, but also a lot of crime, okay?
What?
Yeah.
No.
A lot of crime.
Beltline is like the most popular hiking trail.
Yes, but certain parts of the Beltline are seedier than others, and the Beltline is really only safe when the sun is out.
Is that true?
Yeah.
What?
But it's very safe and fun if you go during daytime. And you like rent a little bike. Yeah. I've been on the Beltline. I didn't feel that terrified, but anyway, Anna Kilpatrick is dead. Captain Mayhew took center stage while Anna's parents are sobbing in the back. But halfway through, shockingly, Anna's mom runs up to the podium, steals the mic, and screams, "She was branded like a goddamn animal!" Captain Mayhew struggles to get her off the podium and the feed to cut. They found another source from a different news outlet where Anna's mom can be seen using her finger to draw an X on the stomach. Just like they saw. And she screamed, "My
Hey, what's going
My
on?
baby was cut up. She's just
It's going. It's going. How's everything with you?
Dragged into the back room, and the video cut. The two sat in silence. That was just like the video. Julia's dad was corresponding with a serial killer before he died. What the fork is going on? The serial killer's name is Ben Carver. He was known for killing a bunch of men. He wrote to Julia's dad, Sam, saying that he had information on what happened to his daughter's disappearance. Julia's dad followed every single lead, because what choice did he have? He visited Carver on death row 48 times. He would have gone more, but he was only allowed once a week. The serial killer was magnetic, charismatic. He had a way of talking to Sam that made Sam feel like, this guy really cared about me, you know? It was clear that he used this charm to kill. But why was he being so kind to Sam? Was he just bored? Did he get off on Sam's grief for his missing daughter? What did he want from Sam? Sam knew it was dangerous, but what choice did he have? At least going to meet Ben Carver once a week was a reason to get out of bed, a reason to shower. And finally, after all these sessions, Ben gifted Julia's dad a gift. So Ben Carver is a notorious serial killer / celebrity. A lot of people like him. It's weird. He's got a lot of clout, a lot of money for some reason. And somehow, while Sam was visiting him in prison, he got someone to go to his car and put a book inside of the car. So the guards are probably working with him. I don't know how he has power over the guards. Well, we find out later how he has power over the guards, but long story. Carver has connections. That's all we need to know. And it's a book. And the book had a note. First, you must have the images. Then come the answers. Sam didn't know what that meant, at least not in the beginning, but eventually he connected the dots. Ben Carver did know something about Julia's death after all. This guy could talk for hours about
Yeah,
this,
definitely definitely canon. Thanks for the follow
or your
too.
very first job. Like,
But yeah, you're
you
right,
have
it is
this great
canon.
Opportunity to jumpstart your financial journey with a healthy start. When you sign up
I use the 5D Mark IV.
direct deposit, you get access to benefits like getting paid up to 2 days early and a fee-free overdraft up to $200, which I know this is a huge thing for my friends and family and a huge reason why they love Chime. And I just feel like it's setting you on the right path, on the right foot. And with Chime, there are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and no deposit required to become a member. So sign up for a Chime checking account today to link your paycheck.
That's crazy you was able to spot that out, especially over a stream.
Chime.com/baking. That's chime.com.
Like over stream.
Chime is a financial
That's some
technology
skill right
company,
there.
not a bank. Banking services and credit card provided by the Bank Corp Bank NA or Stride Bank NA, members FDIC. Early access to direct deposit funds depends on payer. Spot me eligibility requirements.
It varies.
See chime.com/.
I do a lot of beauty work, which is what I'm working on now. But I also do a lot of fashion stuff.
And Claire tells Lydia it all made sense. And
I just actually like really started really streaming it.
Anna asked if the news was disturbing Claire because any missing girl, Claire has mental breakdowns, and it's all part of his game. He even stalked that woman that he heard all over those years. He wanted control. He wanted power. Even isolating us from each other was power. And then she said what both of them were thinking. But he was in high school when Julia disappeared. He was living in Auburn, Alabama. It would take 3 hours to get to UGA. He was 15. He didn't have a car. He didn't have a license. The boarding school was basically run like a military. They checked on the boys 3 times that night, and I know he wasn't there because that week the school went on a trip to watch the space shuttle take off in Houston, and there's pictures of him. Yeah, I thought about it too. Lydia nodded, you know? But Paul chose to marry me, though, because I was vulnerable. He was drawn to my tragedy. That's what it was. Lydia finally opened up too and told Claire that she had a daughter, but the way Claire responded made it clear that she already knew, and Lydia was like, he has a fucking file on me, doesn't he? Sorry. Didn't want you to know. Sorry. The two pull up to Paul's old childhood house and stared. The house is still standing. Claire hoped the masked man would be there, but then also she didn't.
That's nice. That's something I've been wanting to get into, honestly.
This is too dangerous. We have to consider what could really
Wildlife seems like it's such a challenge.
I have to know, Lydia. If this Lexi girl knows who the masked man is, maybe she can help us.
And I like a good challenge.
I need the world to know what is happening to these women. What if 20 years ago 2 women had information on what happened to Julia? Who took her, what exactly was done to her, and they kept their mouths shut because they were terrified. Lydia understood. Claire continued. Look what happened to Dad. Never knowing, always guessing. Look what happened. You want to carry around all these girls' parents' guilt and misery on your shoulders? I have nothing to lose. You have a body, you have friends, you have a boyfriend. So go back.
What, you always hunched over or something?
And with that, Claire hops out of the car, and you swear Lydia's just gonna let her go. She's gonna be like, okay, bye. Take an Uber home. I'll send you some Uber credits. Absolutely not. Lydia starts cussing, and she gets out the car, and she's like, at least can we go back home and grab my gun? You have a gun? It's under my porch. I hid it from my kid, don't worry. It's just in case. We don't have time. I have to do this before I lose my nerve. Claire marches to the front door and starts knocking, but nobody answers. She's angry. She marches to the trunk of the Tesla, grabs the pry bar, goes to the back door, and starts breaking down the door. Lydia was kind of impressed, if I'm being honest with you. They broke in through the back, and they both let in a gasp of air when they stepped in. The entire home was preserved from the 1980s. That's the vibe. It was clean. It didn't look dusty and abandoned, but it's like straight out of a 1980s magazine. It looked like someone was there cleaning it consistently, though there were vacuum marks back and forth on the carpet. It's like Paul was keeping a sick memento for his parents. Is very creepy. Even Paul's childhood room stayed the same. Not a speck of dust in sight. Every single room was cleaned to perfection. But no basement, no cellar. They cleared all the rooms. And
talk about the lenses. Yeah, lenses can get real heavy.
She trashed the entire kitchen before slamming open the garage door, and she goes.
I used to do a lot of
and that she couldn't see.
like automotive stuff at the racetracks. So yeah, I kind of get it.
It looked like a basement. It had the pipings that you would see on like an unfinished basement.
Yeah.
It was soundproofed. There were desks with computers, and an entire wall was lined with shelves of tapes. There was a camera pointed to another wall. That was exactly where the movies had been filmed. Lydia demanded Claire answer. What the hell is going on in there? The tapes are in there, aren't they? There's more tapes. How far do they go back? Let me see. Get out of my way. No, I can't let you. And she's trying to close the door, but Lydia fights her, slams open the door, and Claire tries to grab at her leg, but it's too late. She knows exactly what Lydia's doing. Lydia is scanning the dates of the tapes. March 4th. The day Julia went missing.
It's on there.
Lydia pulled it from the shelf and zoomed past Claire and threw it into the TV. Claire felt shocked and frozen. There was no way her husband had anything to do with Julia. There was just no way. She's thinking about all those nights that she cried herself to sleep, and he was the only one that held her. He was the only one that listened to her. He was the only one that genuinely helped her get past Julia's disappearance. Lydia, there are some things that you can't unsee, please. But it was too late. The screen comes to life.
Oh man, that sucks.
Up on the wall, crying. The masked man entered.
Yeah, about a 3-hour drive for me. There's about 4 different tracks I could go to.
That the masked man was not a 15-year-old Paul, but still, this was her sister. The masked man sported a tattoo that signified the U.S. Navy. Paul's dad had been in the Navy.
Oh my god.
And she watched as the masked man walked closer. Lydia, I can't do this. I can't stay here. I can't watch this. Claire ran out to the back and started throwing up everything. She could hear Julia sobbing in the living room. She could hear Lydia sobbing in the living room. She could hear Julia's screams filling the air. Claire knew that she needed to go back and pry her sister from the TV, but she couldn't move. She was frozen. She felt so useless. All she could do was let out these animalistic screams. Lydia ran out finally, tears streaming down. She was crying. She was so scared. And they held each other and cried. Why would they take her? Why would they choose her? Why did it have to be her? It should have been me. I was a fuck up. It should have been me. Claire tried to snap Lydia out of it, and she started asking about the day that Dee was born. I can't, oh God, I can't think about that right now. Please, you have to. You have to help me. That's the only way you can help me, Lydia, please. And it helped take both of their minds off of what they just saw. And finally, they sat in silence, and Claire formulated a plan. I'm gonna call them all. In case one of them is bad, I'm gonna call all of them. State Patrol, Sheriff's Office, GBI, FBI, Homeland Security. I'll call in a bomb threat. FBI, PETA, I don't fucking care. I'll tell the Secret Service that the homeowner is trying to kill the president. I'll call the news outlet so nobody can lie, nobody can cover anything up. I'll do it all. Do you think it's Paul's dad in the video? The masked man? Probably. But I didn't see his tattoo in the new tapes. I have to go back and I have to get Julia's tapes. I don't want hers to be a part of it when they all show up. You stay here and you call 911. Claire ran back into the garage, and she's thinking, had Paul planned this? 5 years after Julia disappeared, Paul appeared on campus and was wooing her. Did he know who she was? Did he stalk her too? Did he choose her before meeting her? She grabbed Julia's tapes when she froze. She heard someone calling her name behind her. She knew that voice. She turned around. There was Paul, wearing his UGA hoodie and black jeans. It's me. I'm sorry. And he punched her in the face and she blacked out.
Wait, what?
Paul's alive.
What the fuck?
Julia's dad realized that Paul was involved. Ben Carver, the serial killer, helped him form the connection. Sam just thought he didn't like his daughter's new boyfriend. You know? He just thought, I don't
What's
like
the
Claire's new
video
boyfriend.
on
He's
the
arrogant,
background
easily bored,
about?
too smart for his own good. The kind
Video
that
on the
believes
background.
everything worth
Oh.
doing. It wasn't that though that he didn't like. It was the
Hold
way
on,
that
let me pull it
Claire.
up.
It wasn't just regular PDA, but it's almost he always had this possessive hand on
It's
Claire
this right
all
here.
the time. Claire didn't even notice. It was so unsettling.
She does
But
like
what's scarier
murder
is how
mystery
deep
stuff
Claire was in love
and
with this guy.
a bunch of
It was terrifying. She had chosen the wrong man.
maybe like real life stories that happens overseas, even domestically.
So Sam sat
It's
there
good.
with
It's
light
good
and
podcast stuff.
Paul
Good
shared
stuff to
life
keep in the
story about how
background.
His parents had tragically died in an accident a full
But
year after Julia
on this
disappeared.
particular
And right
one,
there it clicked.
she's
Remember the
talking about a
that
book
April
she read.
redacted on the police files? Well, their descriptions were not. One read, redacted, Peeping Tom took images of women in various stages of undress. Seasonal gardener for UGA grounds. Farmer. Targets
Yeah,
older,
man.
females deceased in car accident. Wife also deceased. 16-year-old son in boarding school in Alabama.
Her stuff is like really good.
Peeping Tom took images of these women. Was a suspect, and Paul was saying that his parents died. He was a student at Auburn. The man, a suspect, Peeping Tom, that son, was Julia's little sister's new boyfriend. Claire woke up relatively comfortable for someone who had just had their lights knocked out. Paul had put a pillow under her head and her shoes were off. It's as if she fell asleep on the living room floor for funsies. She jerked up. Lydia? Paul? How the hell was he alive? This felt like a sick joke. She frantically searched every inch of the house, and Lydia and Paul were both gone. Paul had taken her, just like his father had taken Julia. Right then, the phone started to ring, the landline. She knew who it was. Are you feeling okay? Where is she? She's safe. Answer my question. How would I ever be okay, you fucking piece of shit? Look up. Claire looked up to see a small air freshener, but it was a camera. There's more, all around the house. Claire realized now why she had never had her own file. He didn't need one. He had hidden cameras all over their house, too. She was watched by him nonstop. He didn't need a PI. She confronted him about his dad killing Julia. Paul sounded tired. He told her to check Lydia's phone that he had left charging in the living room. She clicked it open, Lydia's phone, and there was a picture of Lydia in the trunk, tied up, blood dripping from her head, but still alive. Claire threatened to kill Paul. She sees a car pull up, though. The sheriff. But not just any sheriff. Guess who the sheriff of Athens is? Sheriff Huckabee, the same sheriff that worked on Julia's case. This is his jurisdiction because she went missing in Athens. But he's a lot older now, but still. Yeah, anyway. Because remember, Lydia called the cops. The cops are here. Get rid of him, or else Lydia dies. And don't hang up. Claire had other plans. She hung up, opened the door, and Sheriff Huckabee looked startled to see her, but also kind of curious. It was so random. My husband owned this home. He passed away recently, So you ransacked it? She looks behind her at the kitchen that she destroyed. Why are you here? Emergency call? Was that you? Car accident. Sorry for wasting your time, Sheriff. What's your husband's name again? Paul Scott? The home is in a trust. Did you know him, my husband? I knew his parents. Good people. And you're sure they're dead? Fortunately, I saw it with my own 2 eyes, or at least what was left of them after the car accident. I know what happened to my sister, Sheriff. Your mom told you. She made me promise not to tell you girls. I always wondered that those tapes would get on the internet or something.
What?
She's just throwing out feelers.
Yeah.
How did you find out about it? Your father, when he died, his TV was playing one of those tapes. We turned the tape in to a buddy that I had at the FBI back in that day, and we always wondered if there were more copies out there. I guess, yeah, there are. The masked man in the video was part of some ring that made and distributed these videos, but they caught the guy. His name is Daryl Laster. He was caught in California back in 1994 for trying to kidnap more girls. Claire was confused now. Was her father-in-law just some weird tape collector, or was he part of it? But you have nothing to worry about. Lassiter died in prison. The sheriff stated that he had no idea how Sam, her dad, even got a hold of those tapes, but he did, and he made sure the cops found it when he died because it was playing on his TV. The only reason that they did not go public with what happened to Julia was because their mom begged them not to. She did not want their girls to know the truth of what happened. Oh, Sheriff Huckabee, the buddy at the FBI that you handed the tapes to,
These shots in particular, they were shot with a 100mm.
Johnny Jackson was an FBI agent before entering into politics. He became a congressman, and he was the man that would give Quinn and Scott, the firm, millions, sometimes billions worth of government contracts. He was Paul's little buddy / investor. He was my husband's uncle on my mom's side. Anyway, I should get going. Thanks, Sheriff. And she slammed the door shut.
And the husband's still on the phone right now, Paul?
Yeah. Well, she hung up on him, so he calls back, and she talks to him. She accused him of giving the tapes to her dad, leading to his death, but he refuted it. He passionately told her that he loved her father. He would never do anything like that. Paul said it hurt him to know that the full story of what happened to Julia and what his dad did to her, but he could never tell Claire that. He had to protect his dad in the end, and Claire would leave him if she knew the truth, and it would hurt her.
Wait, he's saying that right now?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
He said that he had no choice but to fake his death, and he did this to all keep her safe, which is wild. And she screams, "You knocked me out and kidnapped my sister. I don't fucking feel very safe." I tried to be gentle. But Claire, I need the key. The keychain to the Tesla. The one with the USB that she gave to Adam, remember? That he had slipped into her hand before the whole alleyway situation?
So confused now.
Why? I knew you would keep it safe. Can I get it, please? Claire did not want to tell him that she gave it to Adam. The keychain was the only power that she had over Paul right now, and she needed her sister back in exchange for this keychain. Whatever was on that keychain, she thought it was empty. Apparently not, okay? She lied and said the police took it as evidence. She could hear Paul get pissed off. Well, Claire, I need you to get it back. Then promise me you won't hurt Lydia. Paul informs her that there are cameras all over the house, and if she does anything, if she calls anyone, he will kill Lydia. He wants to call the landline every 20 minutes for the next 2 hours, and this is going to help ensure that Claire stays in the house where he can watch her and he can get further away from her. And then he'll tell her what his next plan is and how she's going to get the keychain to him. But before he hung up, he told Claire that they would get through this. And disgustingly, Claire hated it, but for a second, it calmed her. She desperately wanted.
I will say that the 100 is a absolute monster for doing beauty shots.
After he passed, I went into the barn and I found all the tapes and all the stuff, and tuition was due, and all I knew was I could make copies and send them out like he did, so I could just pay the bills.
Wait, I'm so confused.
So he's saying that he found these tapes after his dad died, and he became a distributor just so he could pay bills.
So who's...
That's what Claire says. But the new movies on your computer aren't old.
Yeah.
I was just a distributor. I never participated. There's a whole ring of people doing it, making them. And then there's a whole ring of distributors. Who's the masked man then? Just a guy. You're safe, Claire. You'll always be safe, and I'll make sure of that. What's on the USB? Why do you need it? I just do, okay? I'm trying to protect you, Claire. You are my everything. The people involved in this stuff, they're powerful, they have money, they have influence, and I need to protect you. Yeah, well, if you hurt Lydia, I will hunt you down and burn you to the fucking ground, do you understand? And in the end, he whispers, God, I love it when you talk like that. And he hangs up. What's going on right now? What's going on right now? So for the next 2 hours, basically, she's a sitting duck. Meanwhile, Lydia's trying to punch her way out of the trunk, like, you know, the headlights or whatever. But everything she could think of, Paul had already made sure that it wasn't feasible. The forker was already 1,000 steps ahead of her. And if the only person that could save her now was fucking Claire, she was as good as dead. Lydia loves her sister, but not like that, okay? Lydia could not get the images of Julia's tapes out of her mind. There were 6 of them, which means that Paul's dad took his time with her. At one point, she saw Julia look straight into the camera and whisper, help. Meanwhile, Claire found herself back in the garage with all the files. How could he produce these kinds of films, distribute them, or whatever the fuck he did, okay? Did the violence kill his brain? Was he desensitized to it? Claire thought about all the private jet and hotel charges. She thought it was for the Congressman Jackson. But Paul was too smart to just abduct girls in his backyard. Maybe he moved poor girls all around the country. Maybe the congressman was involved. I mean, because there had to have been an adult that took over when Paul's parents died. He was just 15. There was no way. Someone had to teach him the ropes. Someone had to mentor him. Congressman Jackson's body might fit the bill for the masked man. Both Adam and Paul were too lean and too tall. She went over to the garage computer and she uncovered something terrifying. Well, a few things. Sheriff Huckabee must be in on it because when she Googled Daryl Lassiter, the guy that he claimed was the one that made the films, The Masked Man, yeah, well, he was black, okay? The man in the movies, the torture videos, was clearly white. So, freaking liar. And there were 3 folders, raw, edited, delivered. She clicked on the delivered. She knew these videos. These were the ones that she saw, the 5-minute clips, the edited ones. And then she clicked on edited. More, hundreds of 5-minute clips. And then she screamed. She didn't even know it was her voice that she was screaming. She had clicked the unedited one, and staring at her on the screen was 3 moles on the left shoulder blade. It was Paul. He had edited the videos to make it not look like him. He was the masked man.
Oh,
He edited the moles out and made his, like, figure look a little distorted.
Oh.
Not only that, in the edited videos, you never hear the masked man talk. But she played it, the one with Anna Kilpatrick. He walks over to her, and in the same southern drawl, he says, "Tell me you want this." She freaked out when he called again, okay? He knew that she had lied about the USB being in police custody, so she said that it was in a safety deposit box at the bank. So she had it hidden. On the phone, she made him promise that he had nothing to do with the actual making of the videos, that he was not the masked man. And the way he said that he wasn't was so sincere, it almost made her believe him. But she was staring straight at the unedited videos. Julia's dad wrote a lot before his death. Even though he suffered a stroke a month before he died and had a hard time writing, he still wrote. He still wrote to Julia to tell her what was going on. He felt confident that once he exposed the truth, the family could move on. Helen would come back to him, they would get remarried, and that was the only way. The truth would set them free. And the truth was, the Scotts were involved somehow. That's what he knew. Paul Scott, yeah. Now, he writes that he needs to do this soon because Paul is going to come over soon and ask for Claire's hand in marriage. He could feel it. But he also knew that Paul was not the type of man that wanted to marry a woman. He was the type of man that wanted to own and control a woman. But that's okay. Because when he comes over, Sam is determined to make sure that he will have no ability to lie. He will answer every question until he gets all the answers that he needs, and Claire will leave him. Sam is plotting something against Paul, something big. Meanwhile, Claire tells Paul that she's had enough of his games, and if he wants a USB, he's going to start playing ball. She wants a picture of Lydia alive every 20 minutes, a new one, and she would let him know what her plans were. Claire had no idea how she was going to save Lydia. I mean, everyone seemed to be in on it. Captain Huckabee, Congressman Fred Nolan, FBI, everyone. And her husband was the masked fucking man, okay? Claire did not have a strong plan, but she knew that she needed backup. So she drove straight to Lydia's house and prayed that nobody was home. Dee was probably, I don't know, hanging out with Rick or doing something. Either way, she parks her car and as discreetly as possible, like a little raccoon, goes up to the porch, digs up a Ziploc bag. Got it. A gun. That's her backup. Unfortunately, no bullets, but that's going to be easier to acquire. She didn't have the details laid out, but the general gist was she was going to save Lydia and shoot Paul in the knee. I don't know. She had a thing for knees, okay? She's like wanted to blast his knee off. She grabs the gun and she starts sneaking off and she hears a noise behind her. Can I help you? I'm sorry. I am Claire Scott. I'm Lydia's sister. Claire wanted so desperately to tell Rick everything because finally someone could help her. He could save her. He could help save Lydia. Just like how Paul always saved her. But she knew that Lydia would never forgive her for getting Rick involved. She would never want Rick involved in something like this.
Or maybe Rick's evil too. Who knows? Can trust nobody here.
So she lied and told Rick that Lydia didn't want to see him. She had relapsed. He looked devastated, but she ran off with the gun before he could try talking. I mean, he got the message. Lydia did not relapse. Something very bad was happening, and it was all Claire's fault.
1 second.
She gave him one final warning. Don't call the cops.
Ooh, gotta stretch.
So are the FBI. Take Dee and go somewhere far from here until we get back. That's all Lydia wants. Just go. She was trying to make it to Adams to get the USB, but before she made it home, she was pulled over, courtesy of Fred Nolan, FBI. An agent had pulled her over. She was brought into an interrogation room where she would be questioned for close to 11 hours, losing contact with Lydia for 11 precious hours. The only person that she had a chance to call was her mom, Helen, the same mom who checked out after Julia died, or checked out after Julia disappeared, the one that knew Julia was dead but hid it from her daughters, that mom. Fred Nolan revealed to Claire during the questioning that he kept pondering all the curiosities of Paul's case, you know? What is that? What's so curious? First, that your husband embezzled $3 million when he's already so well off, and why Adam Quinn, a friend since his early college days, would call the FBI on his own firm partner rather than handle it quietly. It wouldn't even be good for business, don't you think? Your company that makes zillions of dollars and your husband could easily pay it off. And more, why would he get the FBI involved to go through all their financials? What are you telling me this for? You know we arrested your husband. I guess he didn't tell you that. We went straight into his office, marched him down in handcuffs. Did you check his computer? What a fascinating question to ask the FBI.
Wait, he's saying they just did?
No, this was back before he died. And you said, did you check his computer? What a fascinating question to ask. Yes, we checked it. This was confirmation to Claire that there was no way Adam was involved. He would never call the FBI knowing what Paul had on his computer if he was involved. Too much risk. You would never want to draw attention to yourself like that. Did Paul slip you something before he died? Are you trying to ask me if we were trying to have sex in the alleyway? Yeah, I guess he was trying to slip me something. He's alive. You know that, right? Your husband's alive. Claire does her best to act shocked, but she knows it's not working. FBI agent Nolan tells her that Paul planned his death with the help of the FBI.
What the fuck?
And why would the FBI help Paul when he is such a big bad guy that steals $3 million from his own company? Mrs. Scott, your husband got mixed in with some very, very bad people. He has to go into witness protection in order to testify at trial. My bosses liked the idea. Taped him up with squibs, fake blood. He was the one that suggested it happen when you were there. It was actually part of the deal. He wanted you to witness it. But the paramedics, the cops, all undercover agents. Claire couldn't understand. I mean, yeah, she knew the guy wasn't dead. She had a raging headache courtesy of her husband's punch. But what the hell? The FBI helped? Nolan explains that Paul got caught up on some bad things, and the only reason he was getting off with easier time and going into witness protection was because he was going to testify against a worse guy. And he explains that's how it works in the FBI. You get caught, but you give us bigger fish. We'll take the big fish. Claire could put two and two together. Paul got busted for the videos. He tried to play it off that he was just a distributor and he could lead them to the one producing the videos, the masked man. The FBI could have the masked man and Paul would get to testify during the trial. That's the story he would have sold them. That's the one he was trying to sell her right now. Nolan also told her that Paul promised a USB with the identity of the biggest players involved in the operation. That USB is now gone, and they want it. They believe that Claire has it. Side note, the reason that Fred Nolan has a black eye was because after faking his death, Paul punched Fred in the face and got away. So he's on the fucking run. Finally, after hours and hours of this, there was a knock on the door. Helen and the family attorney were able to track them down. Authorities had refused to give up Claire's location all this time, and Claire was now free to go. But before she did, she turned to FBI agent Nolan and said, "You're not asking the right questions. You know that, right?"
Wait, so you're telling me FBI plotted all this, and they still got played?
Yeah. But the way it's written in the book, I'm like summarizing it, so it makes it sound simple. But it was like really intricate in the book.
Oh, like Paul planned it really well.
Yeah, there was like a whole intricate backstory, but it would take. The book is like 600 pages, you guys.
Got it.
So he wanted the FBI agents to fake his death, and then he had already planned how to get away from them. Yeah. And then I guess like they very underestimated him because he's like, you know, he's involved in bad stuff, but he's like this geeky like architect dude, right? He's not like a macho like I'm gonna fucking beat you up, dude. Yeah. So he's like, tell me what I should ask. Paul didn't give you the information you wanted, so his life was in danger. Meaning, if you snitch, your life is in danger from these powerful people that you just snitched on. But he didn't snitch, so you should be on a beach. Why would he stick around? Claire ran out with her mom, and Lydia's phone buzzed. She took it out, and there was a photo of Lydia, and she looked worse. She looked like she'd been through some shit, okay? And let me tell you what she's been through. It's wild. All the while, Lydia woke up with her face being waterboarded by urine. I'm dead serious. I'm not even making this up, okay? She was being tortured. She had no idea where she was. She assumed somewhere in a cabin.
Come here.
She was rustling. She was tortured with pee. And the more Lydia realized, she could not depend on Claire. It had to be herself that got her out of this. And she was even more pissed to find out that Claire didn't realize that her phone was bugged and Paul was tracking her to Lydia's home. And she had no idea that Claire didn't tell Rick what happened. Instead, she cursed at Claire for somehow getting Rick involved, and now she was gonna die, and Rick was gonna fucking die, and they were all gonna fucking die. Also, Paul said, he can't wait to do what happened to Anna Kilpatrick and the others to Lydia's teenage daughter.
Oh, Lord.
And he said, she looks just like Julia. Paul explains in great detail how much fun he had taking Claire away from her. He said Claire was special, is special. Every time I thought I figured out Claire, she surprised me. Get this. I was sitting in a meeting one day, and I get a call. Automated recorded message asking if I wanted to speak to an inmate. I couldn't believe it. Claire was on the other line, normal as ever. Hey babe, how's your day? How's work? Never mentioning jail. And I said, sweetie, the automated message says that you're in jail. Oh yeah, I got like an hour ago. For what? Oh, I didn't have enough money to pay the hooker, so they called the cops. Can you believe it?
Ow.
She's Claire
Bring it back.
special.
Good girl. Good girl.
She's not very predictable. Like, she always, when you think that you knew what she was going to do, she just became very unpredictable. Paul went on to explain a few more things.
Bring it back. No, bring it back.
I thought it was hilarious that their mom was out searching in part of the volunteer party. So
bring it back.
Mom had nothing to do with this. Had no idea what was
Nope.
She was like,
Go get your toy.
Poor girl, Julia.
Go get your toy.
Meanwhile, she was in the barn. Julia was tortured for 12 days. Dad kept her alive for me to come home from spring break. He went on to tell her in great detail the disgusting things they did to Julia, and he took joy in watching Lydia growing up. Paul ripped off her hood, and she adjusted her eyes and realized that she had been tricked. They weren't in a cabin in the woods. They were back in the murder house.
Knew it.
Back in the garage, the one that Claire had just left. Claire asked her mom to move the test bed to Marriott Hotel, visitor parking. She was with her there, but she had to close the door to get them first. Claire gets on the phone with Paul, and he's upset that she was taken in.
Oh, now you want to play with it, huh?
Upset to begin with. She just wants her goddamn sister back. He lies and tells him that the USB is in a security deposit box at the local bank, but they don't open for another 2 hours, 9 a.m., so she's got to wait. And he tells her, okay, no funny business. Get that key and bring it straight to the address that I have. Gross. Paul also tells her that he had to come back for her. That's why he's here. Her and his lives. He loves her, he says. He lets her talk on the phone briefly with Lydia, but Lydia is like ready to die. She tells Claire, it's okay, I forgive you. And Claire's like, don't say that. Don't say that right now. I'm coming. I'm gonna bring the USB and you're gonna be fine. Meanwhile, Paul hangs up and electrocutes Lydia again with a cow thingy.
Jesus. Wait, where's Adam?
Adam is at home, not picking up the phone. Yeah.
The fuck?
Yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Paul is like, I kept all your dad's letters, you know. He would have been a great grandfather. I loved him, your dad. He reminded me of my dad.
What?
Lydia wanted to speak.
Ow.
My dad pissed me off when I got back from spring break. Found your sister in the barn, or what was left of her, right? She wasn't much fun anymore, but enough about my dad. Your dad was smart, really smart. Trust me, he would never have found Julia's body, but he was on to
That
me.
hurt Noel.
He knew that my dad was somehow involved. Did you know that? Did you know that your dad knew that? Lydia was numb. She didn't even feel shock anymore. He asked me to come see him the day that he died, you know? He thought that he was going to trick me, tie me up, make me confess to things I didn't want to confess to. Shut up, you monster. Oh, there you are. I thought you were going numb on me. I drugged him. Vodka, sleeping pills. Then I tied him up with bed sheets so there would be no markings left behind. And I wish I had more time with your father. I had a lot of videos I wanted him to watch. But I only had time to show him maybe 1, 2, 3. But he was screaming too much and I was worried about the neighbors, so I had to, you know. Paul had just confessed to Lydia that he was the one responsible for her father's death. He killed him. Lydia wanted to scream, she wanted to kill him, but she felt numb. But Claire felt all the panic and pain. She was freaking out. She tells her mom that she has a plan. Side note, her mom doesn't really know what the hell is going on. She knows that Julia is dead. She knows that maybe Claire knows that Julia is dead, but she has no idea that Paul is still alive. She just knows that he maybe embezzled some money and that Claire is clearly in trouble. But Claire tells Helen, in 30 minutes, I need you to take Lydia's phone, drive to the bank, take this phone. I need you to make it seem like I am going to the bank, okay? The Wells Fargo, park the car there and stay until I call you. Helen was nervous, but she said she would do exactly as she was told. Claire set up call forwarding on Lydia's phone so that if someone called Lydia, it would be transferred to Claire's phone instead. Her mom listened intently, and she looked like the woman before Julia went missing. The woman who was sharp and was there for her daughters and would do anything for them.
So she's finally getting it together once.
Now that Claire's
The
in trouble.
climax.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Claire walks into the firm that just opened, Adam and her husband's firm. Well, ex-husband, dead husband. Well, dead but not dead husband. You get it. She needed that USB. She was able to get it back from Adam, who already took the files. He had no idea there were other files in there. Claire didn't even really know what was on there. She needed to find out. She went through every single inch of that USB until she found a password-protected folder that looked like it was You know how each USB comes with like a manual or something?
Yeah.
It was password protected. She never opened it because who the fuck opens the manual? Oh, side note, Adam tells her why Paul embezzled the $3 million. They cheated 3 times. Paul stole $1 million for every time Adam fucked Claire. So there you have it. It was never about the money.
What the fuck is it about?
Just, you fucked my wife, so I'm charging you, basically.
But he don't need money.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
whatever. That's
so-
weird.
Anyway, I mean, they made it like, it all made sense. It was like a whole power play. They were already like tense because Paul was becoming more and more controlling for some reason as time went on, and they were having they were just butting heads on the direction of the firm. And then he embezzled $3 million. Adam called in a fit of anger. Even his wife was like, "You're overboarding it. Like, you're literally shooting your own foot by doing this to your firm." But he called the FBI in a fit of anger because I guess he has no temper control. And then the FBI came, and then Paul was like, "You know what? I'm gonna fucking tell your wife why I embezzled that $3 million, basically." And then he was like, "Okay, I'm gonna pay it back, and I will settle the case outside of court." But the FBI already found the files on his computer.
What the fuck?
So,
That's so
anyway,
crazy.
Claire,
So Adam's innocent. He
Yeah.
doesn't know what the hell's going on.
Claire takes Paul's laptop that was left in his office at the firm and plugs in the USB drive, and she gets in the password. This password, even if she had tried it when she first had the USB, before she gave it to Adam, she wouldn't have known what the password was. Because things were simpler then. It was the date it all started. The day her sister went missing. It opened, and there it was. 16 spreadsheets, names, emails, addresses, bank information, members since, client list. 800 something men from all over the world. Then one last file. Pictures upon pictures. Blackmail, proof, whatever you want to call it. Congressman Jackson standing inside the barn posing with a body that was suspended in the air. They were tying girls up like deer and posing with them like trophies. Hunting trophies. A lot of these men were unclothed from the waist down, and blood was smeared all over their private parts because that's how bad the torture was. Sheriff Huckabee was there in a picture. And the girl hanging in his picture? Julia. The bastard. Investigated her case. He knew all along what happened to her. He participated in what happened to her. How could he look the family in the eye and tell them that she probably ran away?
Oh my god.
She created an anonymous email account, entered in the emails of every single news outlet, congressmen, local officers, anyone of importance, attached all the files, and had it scheduled to go out in 2 hours. She hopped back in her mom's car, and she realized that Helen had left in the passenger seat the gun, and she had loaded it with bullets for her. Her mom was back.
Oh.
Yeah. She knew Claire was in trouble. She didn't ask questions, but she wanted her daughter to be prepared. Claire started racing back to the childhood home of Paul's. This is where he said he was heading, acting as if he wasn't already there. She guessed that he had always been there because Paul was, and I quote, a slave for routine. He used the same bowl for his breakfast, same coffee cup. He needed familiarity. He had to have been there. On the way there, Claire stops and picks up containers of gasoline. She had a fire blanket in the back of the Tesla, always prepared, thanks to fucking Paul, motherfucker. And now, she was ready. She was gonna light this bitch on fire, get him to come out. She would dead, run into the burning house with the fire blanket, get Lydia out. She doused herself in 4 bottles of water. Was this a good idea? It was also kind of raining outside. Was this a good idea? Absolutely not, but Claire was running on like 2 hours of sleep in the past 4 days, and she couldn't think of a better plan. And the only thing that Paul was scared of was fire. She needed to get him out of the house, away from Lydia. Something that would make him so panicked he wouldn't bring out Lydia and like put a knife to her and be like, give me the USB, you know? She starts pouring gasoline all around the perimeter of the house and lit the whole thing into flames. She walked up to Paul's car. It was cold, so he had been here. She calls him, and the fire is slowly burning. I know it's you in the videos, Paul. I know you're the masked man. And I know what's on the USB. The pictures, the client list. I know. I saw it all. Claire, what did you do? Did you just set the house on fire? She could see him through the window, looking up. When she didn't answer, she saw him run out the back, and she had the gun in her hand. But she couldn't shoot.
Why?
At the end of the day, this was her husband.
Please, really?
Claire, Lydia is fine, Claire. But Put the gun down. Look, the fire won't stay subdued for long. Go ahead and give me the USB drive. I can leave. You can go inside and grab Lydia. And in a moment of weakness, Claire and Paul kissed, and they like really started making out. And boom, blood splattered everywhere. Paul was on the ground. His kneecap had basically been shattered and disintegrated. She had shot him in the fucking knee. I told you she had a thing for knees, okay? Wait for me, babe. And she smiled and ran inside with the fire blanket into the garage to save Lydia. She untied Lydia. They were able to dig a hole through the drywall to the outside. Listen, don't ask me how they did it. The book explains it really well. I'm like, I don't fucking know construction, okay? And before the fire engulfed the entire place, they were throwing out all the tapes that they could manage to grab. Hopefully it would give some of the families closure or rest, answers, something. But soon enough, the entire home was engulfed in flames. Claire was filled with rage, though. Lydia had never seen her sister like that. She ran to the back, and Lydia's trying to limp and follow because she's been like fucked up, okay, for the past like 2 days. Lydia recognizes the gun in her sister's hand. It's my gun. She saw Paul on the ground, and he's crawling away, shaking his head. Claire, you gotta call an ambulance, please, babe. Please. You're a lying piece of shit. Where's Julia? Where is she? Claire, you need to get me help. Okay, honey, this is very serious. Tell me where my sister is. Lydia crouched down and stuck her hand into his gaping wound until she hit the bone, and she dug. And he's like screaming animalistic screams. Tell us where Julia is. Claire watched. If he still doesn't talk, we could patch him up and make him last longer. I still have gasoline. We could always burn him alive. Lydia is like hands deep inside of Paul's bones, but she's looking at her sister like, what are you saying? You're like a psychopath.
Okay.
What are you saying right now? Paul tried to reason with Claire. Just look at me, Claire. Claire, please look at me. You were the only one that I ever loved. You were the only normal thing in my life. Please, I love you. You have to see that. I was never gonna leave you. Please.
PNW, what's up?
Raised his neck.
Thank you for joining the stream. I hope you're well today.
Blood splurting out of his neck, but he's not dead. And she straddles him, literally gets on top of him, pins his arms down so that he can't try to stop the blood flow, and stares him in the eyes while she watches the life drain out of him. Lydia's just
I appreciate it. I really do.
At her sister, because first of all, she doesn't even know who this woman is. And
Where'd you
second of
check
all,
it out at?
she'd be letting
My
it
website
happen.
or
This is the
Instagram?
pain that you mentally come back from, like killing someone like that. But she couldn't stop it. Once he was dead, Claire screamed at Lydia. She's in the well. There was a well on the property. I painted it into the painting. It's included in the city documents. We gotta go. They run like towards the back of the woods. She just had a good feeling.
What?
Because the well wasn't being used. And it's like a short little well. So they like are elbows deep. They're digging.
Oh, so you checked it on my website. Okay, bet. Well, I appreciate it.
It had an L on it. Julia liked to steal Lydia's jewelry all the time. And right at the same time that they found her and they sobbed in the rain, the email went out. A global torture ring had been exposed. The investigators found various other women from other countries had disappeared under similar circumstances. Paul found a way to franchise the business. Other horrible people were masked men in different countries. They would give him the footage, who he would sell to his list of clients, and give them commission on their videos. He would also produce his own videos. He was easily making hundreds of millions of dollars a year, all poured into offshore accounts. All of that was seized by authorities, except his $20 million life insurance, which Claire got. It's probably she'll get more of the money, probably not hundreds of millions of dollars, but the money that can directly be tracked from his architectural firm to, yeah. Side note, she killed him in self-defense. Nobody questioned it once they realized what Paul had done and his connections. Even police were scared to question it because it looked like they were on Paul's side then. Okay?
Yeah.
After this, Claire and Helen were both introduced to Dee. Lydia finally let Rick move in after 20 years. And as for the evil people,
What up?
they were all being taken down one by one. Arrested, thrown in prison, and outrage was running everywhere. And as for Claire, two things. She liked her new family. She liked being a part of Lydia and Dee's life. But she was suspicious of Rick, you know what I mean? She
Yeah.
never know.
Yeah, of course.
But she was also gonna move on.
She's also what?
Gonna move on.
Oh.
She was going on a date with Fred Nolan. Fred Nolan? He was an asshole, but at least she knew what she was getting with him. and he was one of the few investigators that genuinely wanted justice and wanted to bring an end to the torture ring. And after 20 years, they finally put Julia to rest. And that is Pretty Girls by Karen Slaughter.
Oh, bro.
What do you think of the book? Rate it.
It's good. It's good. It's tense. It's serious. It's dark. It's twisted. It's good. It's good.
Yeah, I have a dog.
It's good. It's good.
Little Noel.
Wow. I was like halfway through. I'm like, man, how are they gonna?
But I do it. I actually do it for a living.
Man, this is getting crazy.
Like I literally live behind a camera.
That was my thing that I talked about in the last episode, is that I don't really like when the ending gets too crazy or when the plot gets so unbelievable it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
This was that, but the characters were so well developed. Everything felt, for some reason, it just made sense.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's so.
It is. It can be frustrating at times since, you know,
I could see
everything that I do
the
depends on people's disposable
journey this
income.
character took and why they did each
So
decision. It
it
didn't
could be a
feel
bit of a
like out
pain,
nowhere,
but
this girl's just a serial killer.
I definitely do enjoy
You know,
it.
Very much like, okay, I
And
can.
it wasn't too annoying. Like the fact that she kissed him. At first, I was like, no, don't be like that.
No, but if you read it,
Yeah.
even the kiss, the way that it's like described,
Yeah.
it's for a moment she's like, this is her safe space,
Yeah.
but it's not.
No, it's
You know,
good.
it's like so good.
Yeah.
And I think that she
Oh
really
my
captures
God.
the betrayal really well. And I think what
that
people
blows,
genuinely
man.
go through,
That
not
blows.
maybe on this level, but just the feeling of like betrayal, and this person, your loved one, is coming back, and he was this comfort place for you, and you're like so torn. You want things
So
to go
props
back
to
how
you
they
for
were.
beating it.
You want him to be your comfort person again, but they like cannot go back. So
Yeah.
yeah,
So do you still feel some type?
suspicious of you.
Definitely props to you for beating it.
Absolutely. Give me your phone right now. We will go through it together on camera.
Question. Why is he keeping all his videos like so publicly?
I think that was like his thing. She just,
He just truly didn't think she will find it.
yeah. But then maybe it's the best hiding spot is not hidden. Because Claire really wasn't the type of woman to go on his computer and click his work file.
Yeah. Have you checked my work file?
Oh my god! That's it for today's video. Let me know in the comments what are your thoughts and what do you guys want me to read next. And make sure to check out Pretty Girls and Karen Slaughter, all linked in the description.
Let's see what else I can find.
Russian President Vladimir Putin is in crisis mode. After approximately 2.5 years of fighting, his military still hasn't been able to take Ukraine. In fact, for every territorial gain comes an even fiercer Ukrainian response. Worse yet for Putin, that response is increasingly being backed by the rest of the world. Hundreds of billions of dollars in military aid have been sent to Ukraine, with commitments being made for many billions more. Plus, Putin now has to face up to the fact that his actions have resulted in many NATO members taking steps to rearm themselves so that they're prepared for a possible conflict with Russia. This was not how the annexation of Ukraine was supposed to go.
That's quite the story,
Russia
man.
anticipated
That really
storming
is.
taking the country in a matter of weeks, with the West not even having a chance to respond. That didn't happen. Still,
So
at
you
least
went
it's
from-
just the
you
West
went
Putin's
cross
story,
country,
right?
literally.
It's no surprise that Russia's age-old enemy has come to Ukraine's defense. To Putin, this is just another example of the West trying to exert geopolitical control over the rest of the world by sticking its collective nose into business with which it has nothing to do. Except it's not just the West that opposes Russia. Since the outbreak of the Ukraine war, Japan has positioned itself as not only a partner
And
to
honestly,
Ukraine,
if you only
but
did 30
increasingly
minutes,
viable
man,
enemy to Russia. Now the country
that's
is
better than
dealing
not
with
doing
another
it at all.
devastating blow to Putin's ambitions, and with further
Plus,
changes to
portrait
its
sessions
internal
shouldn't
policy,
last that long
could become an
anyway.
even bigger thorn in the Russian president's side. That brings us to the video. We're going to dig into the latest devastating blow Japan has dealt Russia, along with exploring everything else that Japan is doing to oppose Putin's regime. We'll also learn why all of this is happening in the first place before we explore the key debate that rages on about Japan's approach to the Ukraine conflict. But first, the devastating blow. In February 2024, officials from Japan and Ukraine met to discuss a new investment.
Come on, what's wrong? You can't get up?
Could essentially act
What's
as
wrong?
a way for Japan
Huh?
to funnel money into
Huh?
Ukraine, even as it
Huh?
faces constant bombardment from Russia.
Huh?
During those treaty negotiations,
Come on.
Japan reaffirmed a vow
Come on.
made at the beginning of the conflict.
You know you can get up here.
Support to reconstruct Ukraine.
Oh, so you just quit, huh?
Were extremely productive.
Oh, you going the other way.
Prime Minister Fumio Kishida announced a bilateral tax treaty in which both countries will codify a set of tax rules that prevent double taxation of companies and individuals. In other words, Japanese investors who want to pour money into Ukraine no longer need to worry about being taxed by both Japan and Ukraine. While
You
this
probably
may seem
could.
small,
In theory,
it's a
you
sign that
could.
Japan is increasingly committed to helping
You could
Ukraine
make more
by
money.
making it easier for its investors to
But you're
spend
also
money.
putting yourself up for a lot more
Money
work
that
too.
Ukraine sorely needs to rebuild and fund its fight against Russia. Japan will support these new tax rules by easing visa controls, again making it easier for Japanese investors to enter and invest in Ukraine, in addition to providing more support to Japanese venture capital companies in Ukraine. Though Kishida didn't provide further details at the time, his Ukrainian counterpart Denis Shmyhal later posted on the social media platform Telegram that Japan would create a two-part program through which it would provide $1.35 billion in support to
Look at you,
Japanese
aren't you a
investors
happy
working in
pup?
Ukraine. That's $1.35 billion.
Look at that tail wag.
Billions over time. All money Ukraine can use to fund both its war effort and its reconstruction. According to Shmyhal, the new tax treaty also opens doors for major Japanese car makers such as Toyota and Honda to open factories in Ukraine. Again, these production facilities are future-focused, providing work for Ukraine.
Yeah, you can always set it through Lightroom.
Showcasing how international
That always
companies
makes it
are more
easier.
willing to do business with Ukraine than they are with Russia. A devastating blow for Putin. And it's not the only blow that Japan has landed in recent months. According to Voice of America, Japan had already provided $10 billion in aid to Ukraine as of February 2024. It's important to note that this aid has been both humanitarian and financial, not the type of military aid that many other countries have provided. Following the conference between Ukraine and Japan's prime ministers, it was also revealed that Japan has pledged to provide a further $12 billion in financial assistance, of which $4.7 billion would arrive in Ukraine by the end of February 2024. That places Japan among the top 5 countries in the world in terms of providing financial aid to Ukraine, only falling behind the US, Germany, the UK, and various European institutions. The message being delivered to Putin by Japan is clear. Tokyo supports Ukraine, and if Putin didn't receive that message from this new volley of financial commitments, he'd have certainly gotten it when Fumio Kishida stood in front of the US Congress to deliver a speech on April 11th, 2024. On that day, Kishida told Congress that US leadership on the global stage is indispensable, reinforcing Japan's commitment to what Putin would consider the Western global hegemony. Pointedly, Kishida also told those assembled, "As I often say, Ukraine of today may be East Asia of tomorrow," before further lauding the US for the
I
support it
appreciate the
provides not just to
follow.
Ukraine, but to the Indo-Pacific region.
Definitely
Characterized
appreciate the
Putin's
follow.
special military operation as an onslaught from Moscow, and asked how long it will be before countries in the Indo-Pacific, Japan included, would face similarly harsh realities. Were it not for
Once in a
the-
while, somebody from photography
Kishida
comes
wrapped
through.
up the
There's
speech
a
with simple message to Putin.
person
Japan
earlier who
continues
came
to stand
in.
with Ukraine. If Putin believed he had any hope of repairing his relationship,
Excuse
with
me.
Japan, at
Who
least
did
according to
landscape and wildlife
7 words
photography.
to that notion. But in truth, the relationship between the two countries has been tense for decades, with Japan's announcement of more financial aid to Ukraine being just the latest in a series of disagreements that have built up to this moment. Disagreements such as those over a small collection of islands that Russia calls the Kurils and Japan dubs the Northern Territories. In the wake of World War II, the Soviet Union seized these islands, which are just 810 miles northeast of the northernmost Japanese island of Hokkaido. That seizure has been disputed ever since, with Reuters pointing out that World War II hostilities between Japan and Russia have still not ended due to their differing stances on these islands. These stances have only grown more resolute due to recent Russian actions. According to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, or CSIS, Russia appeared to be on the verge of handing the Northern Territories back to Japan during the early 2010s. That possibility actually had an impact on Japan's foreign policy, claims CSIS, as former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe spent much of his tenure working to improve relations between Japan and Russia to create enough goodwill to enable an agreement to be reached. Diplomatic talks, joint tourism projects, and even Japanese investment in local Russian economic development all stemmed from this approach. But Russia essentially took all of that goodwill and tossed it aside. Since 2015, Russia has been steadily increasing its military presence in the Northern Territories, with satellite imagery showing Putin has been building infrastructure that CSIS claims reaches as close as 14 miles away from Hokkaido. These developments include the building of barracks large enough to host a population of 7,000 on Kunashiri, along with the storage of BAL anti-ship
man,
missiles
post some
or
links.
ASMs on the island. That island's southernmost point lies just 10 miles away from Japanese territory. Similar developments
Or
include
DM
the
'em to me.
construction of barracks and installation of Bastion ASMs on Itorofu, just 50 miles outside Japanese territory, along with the expansion of a base and development of a Russian airfield on Paramashiri. That island is just 380 miles from Japan. The BAL and Bastion ASMs have ranges between 185 and 310 miles, leading to Russia essentially sending a message to Japan that it could strike practically any ship near Hokkaido if it wished to do so. Tensions were being raised throughout the 2010s. Then came Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which led to Japan showing that it wouldn't be cowed by Putin's aggression. Even with a growing Russian threat looming to its north, Japan had consistently provided financial aid to Ukraine. Furthermore, the country was one of the first to coordinate with the US and other members of the Group of Seven, or G7 nations, a collective of the world's 7 strongest economic powers, to implement punitive sanctions. These initial sanctions included asset freezes, restrictions on SWIFT payment access, and restrictions on the import and export of various controlled items.
Yeah, you can find me under the same name in Discord.
2022 saw Japan revoke Russia's most favored nation status. More asset freezes and export bans were implemented, including bans on luxury goods from Russia. Even in 2024, Japan continues to build on its sanctions. February 2024 saw it join with the G7 to place a price cap on Russian oil, with even more asset freezes and export bans coming in March, April, and June. Japan has also shown its support for Ukraine in other ways. For instance, Fumio Kishida was the president of the G7 in 2023, a position he used to ensure that global attention remained on Russia's actions in Ukraine, according to CSIS. His actions
I have no idea how to change that.
March 2023, the first time a Japanese leader has visited.
I'm not too familiar with the Twitch ecosystem just yet.
Uncoincidentally, that visit to Kyiv happened around the same time that Putin held a summit in Moscow with China's President Xi Jinping, with the two events seeming to be the drawing of lines in the sand between the four nations. Kishida's wartime visit.
Yeah, you can find me on Discord under the same name, I am Zaya.
Focused on diplomacy rather than directly supporting sides in conflicts. Japan was no longer keeping out of the war. Through Kishida, Ukraine has also been given an opportunity to build relationships with Asian nations it may not have otherwise worked alongside. For instance, May 2023 saw Japan's Prime Minister invite Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky to a G7 summit, to which Kishida has also invited representatives from India, the African Union, and the Association of Southeast Nations. It was another blow to Putin, as he saw his current rival engaging in diplomatic conversations with countries he would like to curry favor with. So we see the latest blow Japan has dealt to Russia. The promise of billions of dollars in ongoing financial aid is actually just the largest following several diplomatic jabs Japan has delivered. All of this leads us to a question. Why has Japan chosen to now fully support Ukraine in its efforts against Russia? Some of the reasons have already been explained. Japan's relationship with Russia has always featured a certain amount of tension, even during the periods when Japan was trying to extend the diplomatic olive branch. Putin has only added to those tensions by militarizing the northern territories, transforming the islands into very real threats to Japan and its sovereignty, even if we disregard Japan's territorial claims on the islands. Nevertheless, these issues alone wouldn't be enough to explain Japan's slow moving away from attempted diplomacy to full-blown support for Ukraine. There are other factors at play. For instance, Japan is taking a different approach to its foreign policy than it has in many decades. Following World War II, Japan made the purposeful decision to focus on pacifism in its foreign policy. We see that in its dealings with Russia. Until the last 2 years, the nations never came to blows, even with Russia claiming territory that Japan believes rightfully belongs to it. In a piece titled Historical Parameters of Japanese Foreign Policy, Brookings points out that this approach has been extremely lucrative for Japan. The institution of the Bretton Woods system, which required currencies to peg themselves to the US dollar, led to extended periods of economic success. Plus, by taking a more passive role, Brookings claims, Japan has been able to weather various crises, revolutions, and wars seen in the Indo-Pacific and East Asia since World War II, coming out practically undamaged in all cases. However, international circumstances are slowly pushing Japan away from its policies of passiveness and pacifism. The increasing modernization of China since 2000 is one such issue, with Japan likely believing that it's slowly losing its position as one of the chief power brokers in the Indo-Pacific as China's influence grows. That growth in Chinese influence can also explain Japan's approach to Russia. Putin and Xi are clearly allies in many respects. That's evident from the previously mentioned summits. Couple that with Russia's militarization of the northern territories, and Japan now has two countries that are subtly, and sometimes not so subtly, threatening its sovereignty. In the face of these issues, Japan has needed to change its national strategy. According to CSIS, this change is actually the result of an evolution that began during the
Alright, I
Gulf
went ahead
War
and
in
joined your
1991.
Discord.
At that time, Japan heavily relied on the Middle East for its oil imports, though it also contributed $13 billion to support the coalition forces fighting in the Gulf. At the time, Japan's actions were criticized
Oh
as
snap, my
trick
homies is
diplomacy, with
online.
many wondering why the country refused to dedicate any of its own forces to support the coalition's.
What up?
What up?
Well, good.
Oh my god, I'm just hitting the stupidest fucking no scopes ever.
What you doing? COD 6?
Nah. Now we're just playing MW3, doing some quick scope battles.
Oh, that makes sense. Yo, PMW, I totally get it. Climbing a ladder is practically essential for building a studio, man.
A hard scope or not?
Like it really is.
No. Oh no, that was a hard scope. That was a hard scope, you little bitch. You little fucking pussy boy. You hard scope me.
Where is Josh?
I don't know. He's not talking. I think he's on the phone with Julie.
He's on the phone.
Oh snap! Cyrus, you got
Yo.
Warhammer? How you liking it, man?
I love it. I got to play it at a convention like a month ago.
Oh, so you was already familiar with it.
Fuck yeah, this thing dope as fuck.
Man, I need to go ahead and get it. It's definitely on my to-buy list.
Do it.
But I'm debating on waiting to get to my new. Should I get my new computer first and then get Warhammer, or just go ahead and get Warhammer now and then get my new computer?
Fuck.
I just don't think my new computer.
Take you to get your new computer.
Whenever this daggone check comes in from the lawyers, it's
just wait.
yeah, they're talking about it's gonna be like 3 weeks.
I mean, what you running now?
FX 540, I think, and a NVIDIA 1080.
Yeah, just wait.
Yeah. PNW. Let's see. Yeah, I'm a bigger person, so later. Oh, I know. That's why I don't stream games, because it can't take it. The ladder is a no-go. Dude, I get it. I get it. I get it.
Okay, it won't let me.
8600 Pro a couple years ago, but it's been... Dude. That breaks my heart to see an 86... To see that flash unit just sit there as a paperweight.
First, no matter what. I don't fucking know why.
Let's see if I can get my Discord stream over here.
Frog skin.
That's that display capture.
Oh shit.
He jumped on the knife too.
Oh no, that's just a repeat of that one. So let's actually change this display capture over from the ultra wide. There we go. I just gotta get. Let's transform. Where's my opacity? I know there's a way I did it because I've done it before. Properties? No. Boom, and then we're gonna, there we go, display here. Oh, didn't want to do that. Do I stream often? I try to. I honestly try to. My schedule just makes it difficult. Alright, no filter. Opacity, here we go.
Alright, I'm back.
Nope, wait. Give me a second.
Oh, too bright.
Bro, if you don't get them fucking chips out my ear.
Sorry, I was closing the bag.
You said hold on. What?
My bad. I'll give you a free one on me.
Yeah.
I literally just, like, as soon as I saw you, just instant.
I really don't play any Overwatch. As far as shooters, I mainly play the Division, and like I said earlier with the homies, I'm gonna be investing in Warhammer once my new computer is done getting built. Hey, yo, Josh, what's up, my homie?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Not much. I'm alright, bro. Sitting up here. Oh, that's good Pepsi. Streaming.
What are you streaming?
Same joint as last time. Just editing.
Oh, I thought you were streaming your dog.
I was earlier. Like, she'll get up and she'll hop around, but right now she's crawled up under me. Under the desk.
That's cute. What does this go up to, Julian?
30.
Let's glorify
So the
paperweight
last one
now.
has to be a,
Yeah, I ain't gonna let that happen when I build my new rig. This one right here, I'm turning this into a whole server. I'm turning my old computer, the current one I'm on now, into a massive NAS array. Or Probably no, probably NAS. 'Cause it's gonna be in a whole different room. Let us get to work. Whoo!
I mean, I couldn't even make it out of the corner. I spawned in.
So you playing multiplayer right now?
No, we're just doing
No,
private match 1v1.
Wait, you talking about Space Marines or Call of Duty?
Space Marines.
no, somebody could join me, but no, I'm just playing.
Standard campaign. Josh, you getting Space Marines?
No, I never played a single one. I don't even know what that fucking game's about.
Dude, you need to
Get
get
it,
it.
trust me.
Next game I want is a car game. I want Motorfest.
Don't.
Why?
Motorfest is so ass.
Why are people so
Trust
You
me.
talking about the Crew Motorfest?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's ass.
Wait, why is it ass?
The mechanics are shitty. Has constant fucking issues.
I remember I couldn't get on due to server issues for like a good week, and I was like, "Screw this."
The game just crashes constantly. It's ridiculous.
Alright. I gotta get a trick shot now.
Trust me, it's not worth your money.
Like honestly, if you want to get a car game, I will go with Car X Street, because that seems pretty solid right now.
I only want a game that has the Supra in it because I want to start So basically, what I do is every time I get a new car, I get a game where the car is in it and I customize it so that I can bring it to life. And the only game that I could get with a Supra in it is Forza, and I don't really like Forza.
I'm going to say because Forza Horizon has it. In fact, that's my lead car is a Supra.
Yeah, but it's like customization.
Horizon 5 is trash though.
Yeah, the only thing you can add is a lip and a wide body kit. Like what? That's so stupid. I want in the Crew you could do so much to the Supra, but I don't know. And then Car X, they have knockoff cars which look really replicated, but the Supra, the A90 Supra in that game, it doesn't have a roof. It's like topless, which is dumb. So it's like I don't know.
I mean,
You gotta get a 360 no scope now, Josh.
Or it has to be a no scope.
Like 360 no scope, 360 quick scope.
Oh.
I mean, GTA 5 has a pretty good Supra replica.
I'm tired of replicas. I want like a licensed. Like I'm kind of pissed that Toyota's being a bitch and doesn't let Need for Speed license their Toyota because they don't condone street racing and all this other shit. But yet they had their fucking other Supras in previous titles. They think Need for Speed Heat is a takeover game.
And it's not.
Or what's the other one? Undergo. I don't know. Jesus Christ.
Nice, I want to see this.
I hope that was a full 360.
Even if it wasn't a perfect full 360, it just had to be like a trick shot. No, not exactly.
I'm sorry. I don't have that
You
much.
waited a bit, but
I don't have
no,
that much mouse pad space.
No, it's fine, dude. I do the same thing. Mine are a little bit shorter, but like I do the same shit. Alright, that's enough Call of Duty for me for the day.
Wow.
I'm gonna go back to Rocket League.
What?
want to play multiplayer or anything, and you can only do so many fucking quickscopes before it kind of gets old.
Hey Josh,
Yeah.
you should lurk my stream on YouTube.
Okay.
Help me get them watch hours, brother.
I got you. God, that was such a pain getting watch hours.
By the way, I did see your video.
Which one?
The one you DM me.
Oh, yeah. How was it?
Dude, I like how they let you do a burnout in their parking lot.
They're so cool.
Oh, that was very wholesome.
That was the old one. I'm talking about the new one.
You sent me another one?
Wait, was that the new one? Oh, it is the new one. Ignore me.
Okay, the one where you got the new tires.
Yeah. Ignore me. Never mind. I am currently watching now.
My guy.
I want to take a swim in her eyes.
What?
They look like honey.
Do they?
Never heard that term before? You want to take a swim in somebody's eyes?
Oh, swim.
Yeah, what do you thought I said?
I thought you said swing.
Swim. Oh. I'm not Chris Brown. Relax.
Oh, wow.
Oh, shit, dog. That's crazy. I wish I had eyes like that. If I had eyes like that, I think Rihanna wouldn't resist me.
The funny part is a lot of people say she looks like Rihanna. Like she resembles Rihanna.
Where's she at?
Oh my god.
Oh man.
I cannot wait until I get this new computer, dog. So I can stream like I actually want to.
I know. Wait, question. Why are you streaming vertically?
Because YouTube is pushing the vertical streams right now.
Why?
I don't know why Google does why Google does Google things, why YouTube does YouTube things, but according to my YouTube coach, that's what she says that they're pushing, and I'm very inclined to believe her because every other piece of advice she has given me has worked.
Yeah, of course. No shame in trying it out.
Right. But apparently the YouTube algorithm is pushing vertical streaming.
Which for mobile users, right?
Yeah. And the first one I did, I got like 308 views off of. So I was like, okay. It's better than any other stream I've done on YouTube. I did not mean to close all that out. Darn it.
brain is so scattered brain, and I really fucking hate it.
Why you say that?
I get distracted. I've been getting distracted easily when I'm doing something.
Checking.
How did you get distracted?
I don't know. I get distracted easily lately, and it's pissing me off. Like when I'm editing, and then I see a reel, I fucking start scrolling on reels rather than doing what I need.
You end up doom scrolling.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens to me quite a bit.
Keep up with trends, you know?
I end up doom scrolling a lot myself.
Yeah, I just like to keep up with trends and everything, like that Kid Leroy one. Like, wish I can go back. That bullshit. So it's like, it's good to follow trends on Instagram. It's how you grow personally.
Yeah.
I just put some fucking 90s aesthetic on a picture. I put some caption that I thought sounded good. And I'm almost at like 1,000 likes in like 3 days, 4 days. I was like, wow.
Oh, wow.
People are really interested. They're very easy to entertain. Then,
I'm gonna hop out of here. I'm gonna go get some food. Sit down here for an hour and watch this William video.
I love you long time.
Love you long time. Bye.
This random black girl that followed me, she was like, you know, your videos are really entertaining to watch. My son wants to start YouTube. Like, do you have any advice? I was like, just do it. Like, I don't really have advice. She's like, we should sit down for coffee one day and just like talk about it. And I was like, yeah, my girlfriend wouldn't like that.
She likes herself some Asian men.
No, is it racist to say I would never date a black girl?
No.
Just self-preference, right?
Bro,
Exactly.
Black girls are fucking crazy.
I wouldn't say all that.
Hispanics are crazier.
That I agree with.
You're not wrong. No, any of my black female friends are fucking crazy.
I wouldn't say crazy. I mean, a lot of them do have a temper, I ain't gonna lie. Kill the heretics. Destroy the bugs.
What happened? Power's down. Must be the reset. Listen.
They're in the walls. God damn.
Let's see. Alright, 55. Thank you for popping in for as long as you did. I definitely appreciate it, and thanks again for the follow. So, you know, maybe next time you can catch another one of the streams. Be pretty random when I'm in due to my work schedule, but I try to get in where I can, you know. So hopefully I'll see you then.
Can you go up to the dog and put the camera?
Huh?
Yeah. No, my girlfriend found a dog outside of the restaurant. He's just sitting there.
No wish to interfere with our objective.
Let me see. Say sit. Say sit. Sit. Touch the dog. Is it soft? Is it clean?
Bring it home.
Right.
So somebody just abandoned the dog? Somebody just abandoned him?
I hate people who do that, man.
That is the cutest dog. I might. Is it skinny? Like, is it like? She's skinny. She's bony.
She's hungry.
I might go. I might come. Too many people are overwhelming the dog. That dog's gonna go to the street. Leave it alone. That dog is running away from you guys now. Why would you overwhelm the dog? That dog gets hit by a car. I'm gonna punch your fucking manager in the face. Oh my god. Did she just pick up an 80-pound dog? Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna get dressed. I'll come.
Oh, you about to go pick up a dog?
Maybe. I don't know.
Look at you playing. Look at you playing the Canine Hero. You're a vet, right?
Yeah. Alright, be right back.
Yep.
Alright, yo, Isaiah, watch my PC. Be right back.
Okay.
You my nigga. I know you are. P.O.P. Hold it down.
Not done yet. Time to get up.
Brutal. That was absolutely brutal.
I got a piece of that statue. Well, I am glad to share in the glory of this kill.
How's everyone up to? Hello?
You.
Hi. What
Hi.
you doing?
I am streaming on YouTube and Twitch.
That is awesome. What are you streaming?
My Photoshop editing.
Oh, what you editing?
Some stuff that I recently shot.
Nice. So, what did you shoot? White guy, black guy, Asian,
Oh.
deer, what?
I
You shot Josh, didn't you?
photographed a black woman, nice makeup done.
Nice.
Came out real good. I mean, it's on my YouTube if you want to check it out. It's literally live right now. Just saying. Watch hours.
Honestly, I just got home from work, so I'm like, I don't know if I'll take a nap or what I'm gonna do. I'm fucking tired.
Well, I mean, if you just want to pop on and just kind of leave it in the background, you can do that too.
I can't sleep with background noise.
You can mute it.
I'll think about it. Sometimes I just like peace and quiet. I don't know. I'll probably do it. I don't know. I'm fucking tired.
A meltdown would be catastrophic.
Hey Z,
Hmm.
what kind of phone do you have?
Galaxy S20 Ultra.
Okay, so I'll say apparently the world's thinnest and strongest battery can make the next iPhone as thin as a credit card.
Bullshit.
Yeah, I really call bullshit on that.
Not with these shitty battery lives, they ain't.
Well, I saw a post on Instagram, so it must be real.
Bro, I'm out here with the fucking 15 and my battery life is still shit.
How long's your battery life?
I mean, I can be on it a good bit for like my entire 12-hour shift, and I get down to like 40.
That's not too bad then.
It's supposed to be like 24-hour video playback, but if I watch any like, if I get on like TikTok or anything, it drains the fuck out of the battery.
Every time they say that, it's always bullshit about the battery. Battery never lasts that long.
All I know is I've never had an issue with my battery.
I don't know. I've had this phone since February, and the battery life is already down to 98%.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's not gonna work. I'll do this anyway. Ooh, excuse me.
They are throwing themselves into the reactor.
Nope, colored nails ain't gonna do it.
did you see in those Mechanicus files? Explain.
I like how they mute out everything. I mean, not everything, but I like how they mute out the dialogue when you're streaming.
Is it?
Yeah. Like, I hear the background music, I hear the steps, I hear, like, all the sound effects, but there's no dialogue.
Oh.
Like, I'm sitting up here trying to read lips. Ow. You calling it?
Yup.
Word. Guess I'll pull up some YouTube until Josh gets back.
Putin's influence has waned to the point where it's almost impossible for him to maintain a relationship with Japan. Signing a mutual defense pact with North Korea in June 2024 was essentially Putin putting an end to any chances of rebuilding that relationship. To Japan, that pact will be little more than another sign of aggression to go along with Russia's actions in the Northern Territories and its allegiance with China. After all, North Korea represents another major threat to Japan in the Indo-Pacific, as well as a threat to Japan's South Korean allies. As the Council on Foreign Relations highlights, allying with Russia makes North Korea even more dangerous, adding to Fumio Kishida's claims that Russian aggression in Ukraine can't be seen as a Europe-only problem. All of this brings us back to Japan's decision to send even more financial aid to Ukraine. Putin's responses to this powerful blow indicate just how far Russia's relationship with Japan has fallen. In June 2024, Kyoto News reported on the Russian president's comments that the current conditions between the countries aren't conducive to them coming back to the negotiating table to create a peace treaty for the post-World War II era. Japan would likely agree, though not for the same reasons as Putin expresses. According to Putin, the blame firmly rests with Japan and its support of Ukraine. Everything that's been done has been done by Japan, Putin claimed, seemingly ignorant, likely purposefully, of the fact that Japan's decisions are being informed by his actions and his special military operation. These comments came after the suspension of peace talks with Japan in March 2022. Putin went even further, claiming that he will not shy away from visiting the islands that make up the Northern Territories, essentially telling Japan that he's happy to instigate by reinforcing their status as Russian islands. Reading between the lines, we can see that Japan's deepening support for Ukraine dealt a body blow to Putin. It's no coincidence that he ended the peace treaty talks in March, by which point Japan had already been supporting Ukraine for 2 years. The pledge of a further $12 billion in aid seems to be the straw that finally broke his back, with that money sending a clearer message than ever before that Japan is no longer an ally to Russia. It is an enemy. The status as an enemy leads us to the final question we'll ask in this video. Will Japan's pledges of financial aid ever turn into pledges of military aid? Debates have raged over whether Japan should take the final step in solidifying its support of Ukraine. If it does, the blow would be even more devastating to Putin than the deterioration of relationships he's had to watch over the last 2 years and Japan's financial aid packages combined. Still, Japan remains reluctant to provide weapons, to an extent. In truth, Japan has already found a handful of diplomatic workarounds that allow it to indirectly provide weapons to Ukraine without actually providing them itself. For instance, there appear to be no conditions placed on the billions in financial aid it's provided, meaning Ukraine is likely free to use that money to purchase weapons if it so chooses. If nothing else, that aid is helping to keep Ukraine's economy afloat during a period when it will be at deep risk of collapsing. Again, that can help Ukraine to purchase weapons, as well as enable it to keep its manufacturing base running so it can build weapons of its own. More interestingly, Japan has found several workarounds in the weapons department. For instance, Nikkei Asia reported in July 2024 that Japan had agreed to sell $90 million worth of Patriot missiles to the United States, supposedly to help the US replenish its numbers after it's provided hundreds of these missiles to Ukraine. There are no conditions on how the US uses these missile systems once they land in Washington. It's very possible, perhaps even likely, that the Patriot systems Japan is providing to the US will eventually find their way to Ukraine, with the US essentially acting as an intermediary, so Japan doesn't have to deliver the weapons directly. Russia is aware of this. Its foreign ministry claimed that the appearance of any Japanese missiles in Ukraine would lead to consequences for Russia's relations with Japan. However, given the state of those relations, it's likely that Japan isn't too worried about what those consequences might be. It's also worth noting that Japan has provided protective gear to Ukraine as part of its aid packages. Deliveries of non-lethal equipment, including body armor, helmets, and about 100 non-military vehicles, show that Japan is willing to support Ukraine a little more directly. Still, it draws the line at sending weapons. Some argue that Japan needs to change this policy. For instance, an April 2023 article published by the Japan Times pointed out that Japan was the only member of the G7 that had yet to send weapons directly to Ukraine. However, the same report noted that Japan had made changes to its guidelines, allowing it to make the previously mentioned donations of helmets, body armor, and vehicles. At the time, talks were being arranged to discuss the possibility of making further amendments to those guidelines, which would allow Japan to provide Ukraine with lethal weapons. Those talks didn't lead to a change. However, the same report suggests that there is a growing appetite inside Japan for the country to take a more active stance. Nippon Ishin no Kai, a right-wing populist party in Japan, showcases that appetite. In 2023, the party's upper house Secretary General, Naoki Inoue, chose to send 20 pickup trucks, each loaded with canned food and other supplies to Ukraine. He paid for this using a portion of his party members' stipends while sending a message about the delivery. As long as these pickup trucks aren't used to transport machine guns, there should be no problem. It's up to the receiver to use them in that way. As long as we ourselves do not offer the trucks with that intention, we are fine. In other words, it's the same approach Japan potentially might take with the replenishment of Patriot missile systems over a year later. Others argue that Japan may not be delivering weapons directly because it has a deficit at home. One of those people is Atsuko Higashino, who is a professor at the University of Tsukuba studying the Ukraine war. She comes out in favor of Japan delivering Patriot missiles to Ukraine, though she also believes that deliveries are unlikely in the near future because Japan still has a serious deficit when it comes to its defense systems, a deficit that the recent military budget approvals could see it rectify. Perhaps the future will see Japan lending more direct military aid to Ukraine once it believes it's in a position to defend itself against Russia and China in the Indo-Pacific. If nothing else, the $12 billion it pledged in February 2024 will be a serious blow to Putin, both in terms of increased support being lent to Ukraine and the further collapse of Russia's relationship with Japan. Should Japan choose to start sending weapons, that blow will be followed up with a haymaker signaling Japan's intent to truly oppose Russia. And not just in Ukraine, but also in its efforts to expand its influence in the Indo-Pacific, as well as its work to militarize the Northern Territories. But what do you think? Is Japan edging ever closer to a point where it'll start sending weapons to Ukraine, or is it still too stuck in its pacifism policies to do so? How do you think Russia would react if Japan crossed that line and went merely beyond providing financial aid to Ukraine? Share your thoughts in the comments.
Hey, Dachi, how are ya? How are you? Oh. Noel, come here, baby. Come here. Ah, look. Ow. Let me get this out of the way. I have puppy. The pup is 8 months. I got her February, March area. Oh, she's adorable. Yeah, I finally finally bit the bullet and was like, you know what? I'm gonna get me a dog. Didn't know where to go. Who to talk to. And then I was at the flea market, and these two ladies, they was like, look, we're just trying to get rid of these dogs. We can't take care of them. And I was like, oh man, perfect. Free dog. They told me she was Golden Retriever and German Shepherd, but there's no way that she is, since those are bigger dog breeds, and since she's 8 months, she should be a lot bigger. Her name is Noelle. But as far as breed, honestly don't know. I have a few speculations out there. Min Pin with a lab, or I don't know, something small mixed with a German Shepherd. Maybe some sort of terrier. Wisdom panel genetic test. Okay. All right. I was gonna try to find a kennel club down here, but if you recommend the excuse me, wisdom panel, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. My check comes in next week, so I'll get it then. You can go to a vet and have it done, but you can buy the what? Oh, the kit. I did. I got into a wreck last year, and I'm finally getting the settlement for it. At least this part of it. Yes, I saw the genetic test on Amazon. What? So my season for my current gig ends in December. So I'm thinking of coming back to Chicago right after the holidays. Harley passed away. Oh man, you just had a rough few years, dude. What breed was Harley? Oh, you will. I'm making an effort to see everybody. It's been too long since I've been back to Chicago. It's been absolutely too long. And since I'll be between jobs, I want to stay for like 2 weeks. I'll probably stay out in Harvey with Robert and then just have a rental and drive in. No, you need your talons clipped, ma'am. Dachi, how'd you find me on YouTube? Would you just happen to be scrolling and then you saw it my live stream pop up? Oh, the podcast. Yeah. Doop, doop, doop. Yeah, I try to bring on people who actually have good stuff to talk about. All right, man. Be safe. I didn't realize you followed me on YouTube, Dachi. That's awesome. Thank you. Uh-oh, look at you staying up with the trends. How's everybody else? How's Uncle Lyle and the rest of the family? Huh. Really? Interesting. I never saw her as a person to live in New York. Then again, I hadn't seen her in years, so. Let alone spoke to her in years. Should hit her up. All right, give me a moment, Dutch. I'm gonna go ahead and take her out. I think she needs to go out. I will be right back. All right, ready to go outside? Yeah, that's what I thought. Hold on. once he left. Okay. It was nice talking to her.
I think Disney is forcing Rachel Ziegler, you know, the most unlikable actress in the history of actresses over here, Rachel Ziegler. I think that Disney forced her to go on an apology tour to right the wrongs that she did to the Disney franchise. As you know, she's been saying a whole lot of like, oh yeah, the Disney, the Snow White's not gonna have no man saver. And Disney's literally in the ground getting sued by Elon Musk apparently for anti-male sexism. A whole lot of other shit that Disney's been getting involved in. Absolute failure after failure, franchise after franchise, absolutely dying despite being on a massive IP. And I think it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice to see the downfall of a juggernaut of fuckery. Listen, as an arbiter of chaos myself, an epicenter of violence, I do like watching the downfall of big fucking egomaniacal bitch. And the one we're talking about today is Rachel Ziegler, who's on an apology tour, I think, forced to apologize by Disney in order to right these wrongs. And let's see what this is all about.
So I think it's fair to say that 2024 has been a wild year, to say the least, for Disney. As it seems they have somehow gone from the absolute peak of success with...
True, they used to have the power of one, then they had the power of two, and now they have the power of many critics criticizing them across the internet.
Movies like Inside Out 2, Deadpool and Wolverine, and Planet of the Apes, but then they have also hit rock bottom with the failure of Echo, The Acolyte...
I didn't even remember Echo existed! Oh my god, Echo happened in 2024! Oh, that's just so glorious. And yeah, The Acolyte's awesome. I love The Acolyte failure. Acolyte failure is probably my favorite failure in the history of failures. See, I have a tier list and also a chaos tier list. These are two things that I have. S tier on the tier list is a huge success. S tier on the chaos tier list is a massive failure. It's important to recognize that fact. Acolyte was an S tier show on the chaos tier list.
And the reaction to the Mufasa trailer.
Oh, fuck yeah!
But now they are starting their marketing campaign for their...
What's Echo, boss? Echo was a massive failed Disney project. It came out on Disney and no one even heard of it. And it was like such a massive Disney thing. They were so excited. It's Marvel, guys! It's Marvel! And no one even heard of it because it's such a massive fucking failure. How have you never heard of Echo? I don't know, because you're based.
Most controversial and hated movie yet in Snow White. I mean, if you judge it by the trailer reaction alone, it's clear to see...
Oh, I'm so... Okay, have I mentioned how sad I am? How sad I am at the backlash they're receiving? Oh, it makes me so sad. I'm so sad I can't even wipe this grin off my face. I'm so sad.
See that this movie might end up being the biggest flop in Disney history.
We're praying for the downfall. We're praying.
We are screwed. Hey, I don't want to hear that defeatist attitude. I want to hear you upbeat.
We are screwed!
We're screwed!
Yeah!
There you go.
Also, with it having a reported budget of over $209 million.
Yeah, this is money laundering. I'm not going to accept any other... allegedly, okay? Allegedly, don't sue me. In my opinion, allegedly, this is not an accusation. This is just a game theory. This is fucking money laundering! $209 million to make this dog shit?
It's definitely not in the best position to succeed at all. But that hasn't stopped Disney from at least trying to make this movie a success, as they have recently launched their marketing campaign.
Wasn't she called Snow White because of her skin is white as snow? Why are you asking questions? Okay, why are you asking questions? Just revel in the fucking chaos. Can you stop being sad about the state of the universe and laugh about the state of the universe for a second? It's so much healthier.
Paying for the Snow White remake, and people have noticed...
I charge on my Patreon for your therapy. Please support me.
A very clear tonal shift in the way that they're trying to pitch this movie to the public.
Okay! The apology tour! Oh my god, Disney, you guys are such fucking rats. It's adorable. How the giant Disney figureheads ultimately aren't gonna ever apologize for anything, but they can make the actresses, the faces that of the company, they can make them wander around and apologize. God, it's gonna be so fun when Leslie Headland and Amandla what's-her-face have to go out there and make a little mini apology tour. Oh god, it's glorious.
with audiences also calling it a Snow White apology tour, as they are saying that Rachel Zegler is clearly trying to apologize for her previous statements by almost saying the opposite of what she was saying just a year ago.
I was so good. Oh god, he's gonna have the side by side here. God, this way. I'm so ready. I'm so ready. Oh, watch it blow up in her face.
Scared of the original cartoon. I think I watched it once and then I never picked it up again.
Are you joking? She actually said that? She is playing the role of a character in a movie that she watched once as a kid. It scared her and she never saw it again? Honestly, that's embarrassing.
As a diehard Disney fan myself, who I feel like I see every release and opening weekend.
And this is where...
Wait, she went from saying that I never saw the show, it scared me, I didn't like it, and then in her recent stuff, it's, oh, I'm a diehard Disney fan, it's all great, I love it. Imagine, this is the worst shit I've ever seen. Disney is literally making her take this walk of fucking shame. Just being a complete and utter hypocritical liar, going through interviews, making it, oh my god, it's awesome.
Where it does get very interesting, because we now have 2 D23 Expo interviews to compare.
True, because they pushed off the release date by a year.
One from 2023 and one from 2024.
Oh my god, that's awesome. Oh my god, that's awesome. They're gonna have 2 fucking campaigns because they had to push back the release by a year.
And what makes them even more interesting to compare is that Snow White was meant to be released in March 2024, but then got pushed back to March 2025. So both these
this is why you subscribe to me, okay? This is why you recognize the chaos for what it is.
Interviews are in the exact same position in terms of marketing for the movie, so let's take a look at her interview now in 2024 versus her interview in 2023, and let's see where Disney and Rachel Zegler have made clear changes to their marketing approach.
This is gonna be so fucking awesome! I'm so excited!
I mean, you know, the original cartoon came out in 1937.
All right.
And very evidently so. There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her.
God, she is so unlikable, it's amazing.
So we didn't do that this time.
Okay, what do you mean by that? We didn't do that this time.
I was scared of the original cartoon. I think I watched it once and then I never picked it up again. Like, I'm being so serious. I watched it once, never revisited Snow White again. So I watched it for the first time in probably 16, 17 years when I was doing this film.
Alright, so that was all 2023. All that garbage. All that trash. Oh, obviously that's gonna look fucking awful in regards to promoting a show. And they're literally making her take this walk of shame. Right?
Yeah, as a diehard Disney fan myself.
Yeah, diehard Disney fan, says this lady who fucking said, I hated it, I only watched it once.
Who I feel like I see every release and opening weekend. It's like getting to show it to your best friends in a way that you're just like, you won't believe what we did. And so it's
now she's excited, that's nice.
Been really, really amazing to get to hear their live reactions.
Oh yeah, she's been loving the reactions of the fans. Oh my god, guys, she's been loving the fan reaction, guys. Damn, she's really been loving the fan reaction to the new Snow White.
So as we can clearly see here, Rachel Zegler is talking about being...
She's not talking, she's coping. Read the room, bro.
Being a diehard Disney fan and loving the studio, whereas previously it was all about how the original Snow White movie needed to be changed, and she didn't seem to be too fond of that original movie.
Yeah, it's almost like they literally gave her a script and a stick to shove up her ass so that she would be forced to sit straight and lie to the audience. Yep, it's almost like Disney is literally making her take this fucking Game of Thrones level walk of shame.
And what's important to remember here too is that Snow White was the first movie Disney ever made. So while yes, as a fan you can have opinions and don't have to like everything that's ever been made, it's easy to see why talking negatively about the very movie that made Disney what it is would result in the massive amount of backlash that she received.
Yeah, big shock, big surprise. No, I think it's a whole lot of things. It's not just trash talking the original Disney. It's the idea of saying, I know better, I'm changing this piece of art because I want to. Again, I think it all comes down to this artistic vandalism. It's not just talking shit about their own product, and I think Disney is absolutely taking the piss out of her right now. That they're forcing her to now go on this apology tour, essentially, to talk about that shit. But it's more than that. It's saying that was bad. That thing that inspired so many people, that thing that everyone loves, that thing is bad, and I am going to break it and reshape it in my own image. Literally, as the main character, right? I think that's definitely worse than just criticizing something old.
Whereas now she's keeping her answers vague, but very much expressing how she is a fan herself and loves Disney deeply.
Yeah, they replaced her with a reptilian overlord. They were like, yeah, this Rachel Ziegler character, this Rachel Ziegler bitch, we're replacing her with a reptile, and that's another one of us.
Now let's take a look at the next part of the interview, as there are more interesting comparisons to make.
You said you were bringing a modern edge to it on stage. What do you mean by that?
I just mean that it's no longer 1937, and we absolutely wrote a Snow White that is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's not going to be.
It hurts so badly.
She's saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be.
Oh, that's never her dream. That's like a whole ass other fucking show. That's like taking a nice, kind woman and replacing her with a fucking whatever. We've already covered this one. Anyway, how did she walk this back in the new one?
And the leader that her late father told her that she could be if she was fearless, fair, brave, and true.
I mean, it's been under wraps for so long, so it's really exciting to get to share any kind of look with an audience that cares so much. It's been really, really amazing.
I think a big difference.
She said nothing. She said nothing. Oh, this is gonna be amazing. It's nice and good. It's good and nice and nice. Do you have any other positive adjectives? Yes, it's good. It's even nice, I would say.
Difference that we can all clearly see is that the focus of her answers now are much more about giving to the fans and honoring the audience.
Yeah, you really think that's gonna work? You really think that's gonna fix anything?
Whereas last year, it was much more about what she did and what the rest of the cast and crew did as well. And it wasn't so much about what they hoped audiences would receive, but more about the changes they made to the initial movie and just overall more about what they were doing. And
it sounds like how Logan Paul, at the end of the after like he promotes some sort of crypto scam, he'll just say, guys, I love my fans. I just love my fans. Oh wow, I am having so much fun here because I love my fans so much. After he scams his fans. Like that's how this sounds.
This seems to be more of a Disney rebranding decision as of late, as they did the same thing with Deadpool and Wolverine, where all of the marketing was about what fans would receive and how they just wanted to please the fan.
No way. No way they're basing their recent answers in their thing. Bro. They're basing their answers in their interviews after the Bro movie. Oh, how? Take this fucking L. It's like, oh shit, maybe our agenda pushing bullshit was actually cringe. Maybe people don't actually watch movies to get political hot takes shoved down their throat, and they watch movies to have a good time or something. That's weird.
Life is hard for a lot of people out there, and it's been that way for a long time. And just for people to walk out of that movie theater feeling like they just had the best 2 hours of their entire life.
However,
bro, dude, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Oh god, dude. It's like, all right. So sticking your tongue out at people that support you doesn't work. So let's use your tongue for something else. How about giving sloppy toppies to the audience? Huh? Random quotes of, oh, I love my fans. That'll definitely turn things around.
Even though they've made this shift with the marketing for the Snow White film, it doesn't really seem to be helping much, as fans can still remember the previous interviews and are still very much frustrated over them as well.
It's not just remembering the previous interviews, it's just knowing that nothing that they're saying right now is actually genuine. I think that's the big difference. It's not the fact that, oh, I remember what she said last time and it's annoying, which is true. It's the fact that you know that she's looking at you in the eye and lying to you right now. She is looking at you. You watching this video right now. You that left a like on the video and is checked to see that you're subscribed to the channel. That's right, you. He's looking at you. And she is lying to you. That she cares about you. That she's doing this because it's fun and she loves Disney. And that is a lie. And then then you laugh in her face, you spit, and you recognize the fact that her entire career is imploding before her eyes because she is a fucking loser. And then you recognize the fact that you have so much more power than she does. She is but a slave to the Disney overlords, an actual puppet, being paraded around to suck the cocks of the random Disney fans that have yet to have dicks unsucked. And I'm just saying, we want Ryan Reynolds as Snow White, is what I'm saying here. Can we please replace Rachel Ziegler with Ryan Reynolds? Have him be Snow White. It would change everything. I would support you wholeheartedly. Freaking, who is the fairest one of all? She asks the mirror, mirror on the wall. And then it zooms into Rachel Ziegler and then immediately zooms out and zooms into Ryan Reynolds. Right? I know what the fans want.
And just through
unironically, Ryan would go hard as Snow White Lamau. True! So true and based. That's what I'm saying, guys. I'm glad we all agree. I could fix Snow White. I could give you 3 ideas right now that would fix this entire show. 1, make the queen actually the good guy. Snow White ends up being a bitch. They kill Snow White, and the queen ends up remaining the queen, an authoritarian, dictator-leading, badass bitch. All right, that would be 1. Option 2, Snow White is actually the main, is Ryan Reynolds, and Rachel Ziegler is not actually Snow White. That's another way to do it. And a third one is after she sneaks into the dwarf's house, the dwarfs all pull out shotguns and, due to castle doctrine, blow her brains out. And it becomes a parody of life in Texas. And how Texas actually retains its own power and doesn't need to follow some authoritarian giant government. It secedes and becomes its own nation. 3 options that would all be awesome.
One quick look at the comment section, almost
Rachel saying she's a diehard Disney fan, but never picked up Snow White again after watching it the first time. As a diehard Disney fan myself. Yep.
Every single comment is fans expressing their anger. But all of this marketing just resorts back to one question: will it actually work? Will this new approach by Disney and Rachel Ziegler somehow result in this Snow White remake
Nope, first impressions last longer.
Succeeding at the box office? And I mean, while it is still 6 months away, it's hard to see this movie having any chance of success. And if the comments are
just saying, they should debate all of us. Like this scene right here, and then they actually kill her for trespassing. Yo, that would be crazy.
Anything to go by, it's hard to see this movie even cracking $200 million at the box office. But there's also something that no one seems to talk about.
Yeah, it's the fact that hate watching is a real sport, and I am very good at it. I am a professional hate watcher. As I mentioned, Snow White will be S tier on the Chaos tier list.
Regards to the Snow White movie, and that is the fact that even if Rachel Ziegler never angered the fans and said all the right things,
it would have still been shit. Now it's just we're angry at it too.
The movie would have probably still flopped, because all we need to do is take one look at The Little Mermaid, Cruella, Mulan, and Peter Pan and Wendy, and we can clearly see there that Disney's track record with live-action remakes of classics isn't very good.
It's almost like they're doing it as a cash grab with zero artistic integrity whatsoever, only existing to put potshots at the past piece of art that's beloved by millions. Almost.
Apart from the odd success with Cinderella and Beauty and the Beast.
That's not fair. Cinderella was literally the first one. Right? Cinderella was literally the first adaptation. People wanted to watch it because it was the first ever Disney adaptation. And they were like, yo, can a live action work? And then they realized, oh wow, Disney is really shit at it. And then didn't watch any of the other ones.
Most of their remakes have absolutely flopped. And the only reason Cinderella didn't flop is because it was the first live-action remake they ever did. So people have...
Yeah, listen, you can...
I didn't even know they did a Cinderella live-action remake. Outside of the Brandy one?
As to how the movie would work. And then, of course, the only reason...
Bro, Emma Watson was in Beauty and the Beast? Well, that's that. That's why that one succeeded. People love Emma Watson because she was Hermione Granger. Anything she's in succeeds. That's not fair either.
Beauty and the Beast didn't flop is because it was Emma Watson.
Okay, fuck. I have to retire from this whole live reacting shit. I'm never gonna outlive the pre-watch allegations.
And need I say any more?
Yeah, no, you don't need to say any more. Oh, fuck. Everybody's got a
movie could end up being good somehow despite all the backlash.
That's what I'm saying. S tier on the chaos tier list. It's a real thing.
And that's the only hope I think Disney have with this one. But due to the big budget, I think they just had to roll the dice with it and couldn't really afford to not release it.
So bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
Yeah, no, they're fucked. They're just royally uber fucked. And that's life.
Because even if it does flop, it'll lose them maybe $100 to $200 million rather than the $400 million that they lose if they didn't release the movie at all. Due to there being extra marketing costs on top of the budget, I just think they're...
Wait, the budget of $209 million doesn't even include the marketing shit and all the tours and all that? Bro, they have way too much money. Like, way too much money. Fan creations on YouTube are better. Like, what the fuck?
Only shot was to release it and somehow pray that this movie can succeed. But let me know your thoughts down below. Will this new marketing approach somehow work, or will it be just another flop in a weirdly inconsistent year for Disney? Let me know down below in the comments. And if you like the
partially as a marketing strategy. In Hollywood, like they'll make
the Cybertruck is the perfect mom and
naked and shit like that. Like that, these are things, a way to keep people in line. Even Cat Williams at the beginning of the year talked about how there were humiliation rituals in Hollywood. And the more you think about it, the more often you see it. I think this was a punishment for her bungling the previous interviews. She needed to come out here and say the most wildly inconsistent shit of all time. Ultimately, I like that theory because it's chaotic. And I like chaos. Honestly, this whole Snow White thing, it has been so much fun for me. For me, who's in it for the chaos of it and not in it for the positive outcome to society. So subscribe for more chaos. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Jesse Grant, for covering all this wild bullshit. Remember to stay weird, fam. If you made it to the
what's
end,
up, brother?
one of these
What's up?
Which also will definitely
What's up, brother?
See you live on King. Stay weird,
Brethren. That's what Jamaicans say.
Brother.
What's up?
My brother.
Guaguan, brethren.
What's going on?
Are you Jamaican by any chance?
Nah.
Where your black ass from? You Haitian?
I'm from Chicago.
You was born here?
Yeah.
What about your family?
Native American and, well, technically we're Creole.
Okay, so you a fake black nigga. That's what you are. Absolutely crazy. Fuck it. A display full screen window. Is that you still play video?
Yeah, I do.
Are you a gamer then?
I haven't had a chance to play much this week, but yeah. Like, I just saw the new outfits they're coming out with next week, and I'm hype about that.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Where can I see this?
It's on their patch notes.
No way. Is it for all classes or
Yeah.
is it gonna be a bitch? And
It's all classes.
no way. But okay, hold on.
They're like
the last outfits they've been coming out with no weapons. These motherfuckers got weapons?
Nah.
Of course they don't.
Nah, they don't. But it kind of reminds me of streetwear, like techwear, streetwear a little bit. I was like, yo, okay, I can vibe with this.
Alright, so it's not half-assed. Alright, I got you.
Like, it looked like some shit I would wear in real life.
Oh, word. That sounds cool.
And then having that with my Dosa, I'm like, okay, this gonna be kind of fire.
I hear you. 60%. Alright, so redeem coupon.
Oh, they released new coupons?
Yeah, there's 2 of them.
I gotta do that.
You want me to send them to you?
They're on Garmoth, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna DM them.
Oh yeah, DM them.
Let's first one.
Thanks. I'm in the middle of a live stream right now, editing, so I can't
You're good.
really jump on it right now.
Nice. Let's see what the fuck they gave us with those coupons. Come over here, open this. Manor. It's a decoration. This is event Foxfire, Combat XP. Oh, that's actually good. Take that. So this is a jukebox. Oof, that one's good. Oh, that's really good. Oh, so we got fucking loot scrolls, J special box.
Okay.
Another J special box. Be right back. I'm gonna go shit.
And what is
What's up, everybody? Today
this?
we're checking out, finally, the US Air Force declared the SR-72 Dark Star is real. This is by a hyperspeed. I will leave a link down below to the original video. Go down there, go check it out. This is going to be a very, very interesting video. This is almost like an aircraft that is, I don't know. It's like when the B-2 bomber was first kind of seen and then revealed, right? This is a very strange, very surreal aircraft, right? And yeah, let's watch it, let's learn about it, let's figure out what's going on with this aircraft, and let's see if it's actually worth it, this aircraft, because sometimes you get really cool aircraft and they're just not worth it, are they? I will leave a link down below, like I said, to the original video. If you want to watch it without me waffling over the top, you can certainly go and do that, but for now, let's sit back, relax. 18, nearly 19 minutes of learning about the SR-72 Dark Star. Such a cool looking aircraft. Very cool looking aircraft.
The existence of the mysterious SR-72 has finally been confirmed. This hypersonic spy aircraft, with capabilities that sounds like it stepped out of a science fiction movie scene, has created a lot of waves in the aviation world.
I mean, it looks like it stepped out of a sci-fi story, doesn't it? Look at the design. If this was in like Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. Look at it. It looks like a spacecraft. It's ridiculous.
And even more in the hearts of aviation enthusiasts. There are several questions concerning this aircraft that have been shrouded in secrecy for too long. What are the capabilities of this extremely advanced aircraft?
Yeah.
Can it in any way be compared to its predecessor? Join us as we delve into the mysteries surrounding the SR-72 that the United States Air Force just declared real.
Wow.
The first unconfirmed news.
So they've definitely declared it real now, which is crazy. Obviously, we know that it's an actual aircraft, but like,
we know that they're going to use it in the military now, which is pretty amazing.
News about the SR-72 came out in early 2007 when several sources revealed that a popular defense company, Lockheed Martin, was working on an aircraft that could fly at an incredible speed of Mach 6, making it faster than any aircraft in history.
Mach 6. Oh my god. Did you know that when cars were first invented, people thought that if you went over 30 miles an hour, your body would disintegrate? Now look, people are like, let's go Mach 6.
But that was not the only news concerning this mysterious aircraft, because conspiracy theorist Tyler Glockner also claimed that he found a secretive aircraft by searching Florida's swamplands on Google Earth.
Interesting.
He mentioned that the runway where the mysterious object is located belongs to Pratt & Whitney, a company known for designing aircraft engines. This aircraft that was shrouded in secrecy is a direct successor to the SR-71 Blackbird, and it is designed to fly faster and higher than any missile or cannon shot at it. It is...
The thing is, right, Lockheed Martin, we're pretty sure they've got UFOs that they're disassembling. The rumor is, if you're not up to scratch for these crazy rumors, is that certain big military companies have UFOs, and that they're what's the word when they deconstruct them so that they can figure out how they work. And so if I said that to you 20 years ago and I said, look at this that they bring out, you'd be like, yeah, of course, they've just used UFO parts on this. Look at it! It literally looks like a UFO, doesn't it? It's ridiculous.
Safe to say that this aircraft would be unbeatable. Just before we get into the breathtaking details of the Dark Star, let's take a peek into the capabilities of the predecessor. The SR-71 is a...
Which we've done a video on the SR-71, I'm pretty sure.
...technological marvel that was designed by the American aerospace engineer, Clarence Kelly Johnson. Similar to the SR-72, the SR-71 was the result of a black project, but that's not all. This aircraft made the U.S. feared by other nations, including China, because it exuded unmatched power that combined a speed that was more than 2 times that of sound and strength that other aircraft could not even boast of.
Wow.
Aside from its unrivaled
Like, think about that in general. It's absolutely nuts, isn't it?
Capabilities. The $292 million jet was built with one of the most strongest metals on Earth, titanium. However, it's not just about using the strongest metal available. This choice of material served a greater purpose, which is to maintain the aircraft's stealthy feature. And since it was designed to be a spy plane, this is considered very important. It was also equipped with advanced sensors, a powerful radar, and a high-definition camera. It could gather intelligence through images, signals, measurements, and signatures. The Blackbird was powered by 2 powerful Pratt & Whitney J58 engines.
I've never heard of this Pratt & Whitney before. Are they common in the military? Which is ironic because I've done a lot of videos on aircraft and I've never heard of this company before.
With each of them providing a thrust of 32,000 pounds. It could reach speeds up to Mach 3.2 and fly at altitudes of 85,000 feet, which required pilots to wear pressurized suits like astronauts because they were almost in space.
Wow.
It's no surprise that NASA, with its focus on space, operated the SR-71 alongside the U.S. Air Force. In terms of weapons, the SR-71 had none, and this is because it didn't need them.
Yeah.
When shot at, the Blackbird would simply accelerate to outfly the missile or round that was shot at it.
That's crazy, isn't it? You can't even shoot at it because it'll just fly away, and your bullets won't catch it.
This explains why no SR-71 Blackbird was ever shot down.
Yeah.
To this day, it holds the record for both the fastest and highest flying operational aircraft in history, which is quite a significant feat for an aircraft that retired over 2 decades ago. But now American engineers have built an aircraft that is better than the SR-71, even better than the 6th-generation fighters. The Dark Star makes use of the latest technology to dominate the skies completely, and there are also rumors that reveal that it flies so fast that its shockwave can blow roofs off houses below. Also, according to some
That's wild.
it has the most powerful laser ever made. Despite the rumors, the USAF initially did not officially confirm the existence of such aircraft.
Of course they're not going to confirm it. The longer, if they could make this vehicle and legit have it work and no one ever know anything about it ever, they would do it 100%. They'd be like, yeah, that's a no-brainer. Like, even like civilian public, if they could do something like this and never have anyone know what it was about, they would do it without even hesitating. The fact that the public know about it is probably annoying them. Do you know what I mean?
They did not make any announcement at all. However, Lockheed Martin has finally announced that they are working on the SR-72 project, with a prototype expected to fly soon, and in the spirit of confirmation, the United States Air Force has also declared that the Dark Star is real.
Ooh.
Many sources call the secret
I love that they've called it the Dark Star. Oh, what a name! What a name! Brilliant.
SR-72 project, Dark Star. But this is far from correct because the aircraft doesn't have an official nickname, at least not yet, but people also refer to it as Son of Blackbird.
Ooh.
Nicknaming military aircraft like the F-15 Eagle usually involves historical tradition, practical reasons, and protocols from the military or the manufacturer. However, this usually happens after the Air Force officially accepts the aircraft.
Right.
The story of Dark Star's development can be connected to two industries: the entertainment industry and military. During the production of a very popular movie, Top Gun...
If you've not seen Top Gun Maverick, what a film. It's a phenomenal film.
Paramount Pictures asked Lockheed Martin to design an aircraft that would make the main character, Mitchell, the fastest person ever. Surprisingly, Lockheed Martin was already working on this idea, so it was not a hard assignment because the aircraft was already under development by Skunk Works, which is a division of Lockheed. Why is this division named Skunk Works? The name originated during World War II when engineer Kelly Johnson's secret aircraft development team at Lockheed was housed in a tent near a smelly plastic factory. Inspired by Al Cap's comic strip Lil Abner, where a place called the Skunk Works emitted a terrible odor, team engineer Irv Culver jokingly answered the phone with Skunk Works. The name caught on with the team and
I like that. I like when names have history behind them. Do you know what I mean? Don't just give a name for no reason when it's got a bit of lore behind it. I like that.
eventually evolved into Skunk Works, which is now a registered trademark of Lockheed Martin.
That's crazy.
Unlike how the name sounds, this division is pretty incredible at what it does. To give you an idea of Skunk Works' capabilities, they are the brains behind the creation of some powerful aircraft like the F-22 and F-35.
Wow.
Why was Lockheed
They've got some good credentials then, haven't they? Jesus.
Martin working on this project in the very first place? Since 1998, the company has been trying to create a fighter jet with extreme speed that would replace the SR-71, but they had an extremely hard time achieving this. Lockheed Martin's advanced development programs, known as Skunk Works, developed the Hypersonic Technology Vehicle 2, also known as the HTV-2, which is a rocket-launched aircraft, as part of DARPA's Falcon project.
Whoa.
The HTV-2 project was used to collect data on aerodynamics, guidance, navigation, control, and aerothermal effects.
Wow.
It was
I've never heard of this before at all.
Uncrewed aircraft designed to fly through Earth's atmosphere at very high speeds. The vehicle first flew in April 2010 and again in August 2011, reaching a top speed of Mach 20.
What?
The
Yo, what? It went Mach 20? Are you for real right now? There's no way. Is that real? That aircraft went Mach 20? My God.
Information that was gained from working on this project is now helping to create better designs for the SR-72.
Holy.
Earlier this year, Brad Leland from Lockheed Martin stated on the company's website that hypersonic aircraft and missiles could enter restricted airspace and hit almost any target on a continent in less than an hour. He said speed is the next major advancement in aviation to handle future threats. This technology could revolutionize warfare, similar to how stealth technology is changing combat today.
Yeah.
The Son of the Blackbird is being designed with more capabilities and will use advanced materials like carbon-carbon composites. It gets even better. These materials can handle more extreme heat than the titanium skin used on the SR-71.
The technology that they've developed for this type of stuff is just unfathomable, isn't it? It's just, you can't even comprehend how technologically advanced these companies are. The amount of money they just throw at stuff, make it better, make it better, make it better, constantly. Crazy.
Also, as stated earlier, the Dark Star is expected to have great speed, stealth, and versatility. The prototype, if not already in operation, will include advanced avionics and possibly AI-assisted systems for autonomous operations, which earlier hypersonic aircraft did not have. A key feature of the SOR-72 is its ability to reach hypersonic speed up to Mach 6, which is considered to be much faster than the Blackbird's top speed.
Yeah, because it can only go Mach 3.2. It's nearly double the speed.
Speed allows it to outrun missiles and avoid current air defense systems, which has given the United States an advantage in reconnaissance and possible strike missions in heavily defended areas. Lockheed Martin is working with Aerojet Rocketdyne on a special turbine-based combined cycle propulsion system to help the aircraft achieve a cruise speed of over Mach 6. While there are engines that...
A cruise speed.
Not just burst, but cruise speed. Jesus Christ.
Just try and comprehend. Like, when was it when the Wright brothers made the first plane? When was that? What year was that? First ever plane. 1903. So it's only been about 121 years, right? That's not long at all. That is not long. And then they're going Mach 6, going from never flying, like we've just made our own first plane. 1903, right? That's what it said on my phone. 1903. Now 2024. So 121 years later, you go with Mach 6 cruising. What?
Can power an aircraft at hypersonic speeds. They can't be used during takeoff and landing. So the Dark Star needs an engine that can handle both. The turbine engine will provide thrust until the aircraft reaches Mach 3. Then the dual-mode ramjet will take over to power the flight at hypersonic speeds.
That's interesting.
To reduce drag, the aircraft will use a single inlet nozzle for both the turbine engine and the ramjet. This new mysterious aircraft's abilities are important for major power conflicts. Its fast intelligence gathering and strike capabilities support the U.S. National Defense Strategy, which focuses on being ready for intense conflicts with countries like Russia and China.
Yeah.
Its speed and stealth make it a crucial tool for strengthening air defenses. Its development shows a strategic change in U.S. military planning, moving towards more adaptable and dynamic platforms that can operate in complex future battlefields. This change aligns with the Pentagon's priorities for modernizing space, cyber, and autonomous technologies. However, stealth technology might not work well
You
for an
hungry?
aircraft like this, because
You want some food?
absorbing materials may not.
Alright, I'll get you some food in a minute, baby. I'll get you some food in a minute.
Infrared signature would also make it hard to hide. The aircraft might leave a trail detectable by radar, like the SR-71.
So, at what point does this vehicle be such high altitude? Like, how high of an altitude and how fast do you need to be going to not even be detected at all on radar? Because obviously it's a lot of excess stuff that's giving that indicator, right? Like the trail, etc. So how fast do you have to be before you can even outrun that?
But with its amazing speed and ability to quickly leave an area and outrun non-hypersonic missiles,
F me photography. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it.
conventional missiles aren't suitable for an aircraft like this.
Yeah.
Since it could collide with them after launching and to avoid such deadly occurrences. The Dark Star will be equipped with laser systems instead of other weapons.
Yeah, it makes
sense. The aircraft is currently equipped with an enhanced version of the Laws, which has a power output of 350 kilowatts and is capable of cutting through 5 inches of metal with its beam. However,
surely though it would need an ungodly amount of power to be able to do something like this. Like the amount of power this aircraft would need, not only to cruise at Mach 6, but also to power one of these giant lasers must be mental.
For the main advantage of using laser weapons is its ability to be integrated within the aircraft structure and deployed when necessary.
Well, I appreciate it.
Dynamic performance of the aircraft to achieve hypersonic speeds.
Yeah.
Another intriguing feature of the SR-72 is its cockpit design that is invisible when viewed head-on. similar to the X-59 that is being developed by the Skunk Works division. In the movie Top Gun Maverick, the aircraft uses synthetic vision systems to see what lies directly ahead. Additionally, the illustration of the Dark Star on Lockheed Martin's website revealed a port on the upper part of the fuselage, which is typically used for astronomical navigation systems. This design element is affectionately...
Alright, let's get you some food, Noel. I know you're hungry.
Yo, what? They're just going full in with the sci-fi. They're like, at this point...
I definitely do appreciate the lurk, F Mead. I really do.
You know, what's the point in
Hey. Calm down. Down. Hey, down. Good girl.
The SR-72 would also feature the most intelligent sensors and the highest quality cameras to take photos that cover 100 miles in each shot.
Wow.
However, there's more to the SR-72 than just its capabilities. Intriguing? Yeah, let's get into it. The SR-72 as a potential candidate for the future generation NGAD fighter of the U.S. Air Force is slated to be fitted with some of the most advanced technologies the world has seen.
Of course it is.
According to the Air Force's biennial acquisition report, covering the fiscal years 2019 and 2020, the NGAD fighter would maximize its stealth features by taking an overall triangular shape, internally holding its payload, and having no distinct tail section.
So it's literally a UFO. It's a UFO. Just say what it is. It's a UFO. Why don't they just call it UFO 72? Do you know what I mean? Like, or SR-72 UFO, or like alien tech. I mean, Dark Star's a pretty cool name though, isn't it?
Also known as vertical stabilizer. It is the first fighter in history to be unveiled with such a revolutionary design. Vertical stabilizers had always been required to keep an aircraft airborne, until the concept of active flow control came into life in the B-2 Spirit. Active flow control uses computer brains on board to constantly adjust the flow around the aircraft to keep it airborne, similarly to how birds fly. The result of this on an aircraft is top-level stealth and, well, a not-so-wallet-friendly cost, but it justifies why the B-2 cost $2 billion. Why NASA...
$2 billion.
Be called justified? Spending $2 billion? Yeah, it's totally justified that we spent $2 billion on this aircraft. It's just, I know it's a great bit of kit. It's just crazy to hear that sentence out loud, isn't it?
NASA decided to invest a mind-blowing amount of $1 billion in the SR-72 development, why Congress has budgeted over $10 billion for the Air Force's NGAD program in less than a decade, and why the Navy recently detailed a budget request of over $9 billion for the next 5 years. Advanced sensors and weapons. The immediate surroundings of the SR-72 as the NGAD fighter will be miles wide, as it would be capable of spotting targets, friendlies, and points of interest from tens of miles away, and also attack them with precision. The sensors that make this possible come with maximum connectivity, and thus the ability to share its data with every other member of the fleet, whether it is a 6th-generation aircraft or not.
When are we going to see these 6th-gen aircrafts as well? Like, we hear a lot about them out there. Surely we're close to seeing them. Surely they're going to be revealed soon.
In order to keep every member of the United States fleet connected to relevant information in real time, the U.S. would do away with radars mounted on aircraft, and instead make use of electronically configured smart skins integrated into the aircraft's fuselage. This technique...
That's wild.
Sensitivity.
That is wild.
Just gonna use smart skins.
As well as network adaptability. It would also aid with making communication easier across the fleet and ultimately improves remote control. Open architecture. Laser weapons that can take out targets with unrivaled precision. A mix of high-performance guns, missiles, AETP engines capable of subsonic, transonic, and supersonic flight that cost over $6 billion to develop, loyal wingman, top-of-the-line electronic warfare countermeasures, avionics, and communications are only some of what to expect on the fighter.
At what point do we just call it a spacecraft? Because it's practically in space, right? Can we not just call it a spaceship? Let's just call it a spaceship. Collectively, let's just agree this is the new term we're going to use for something that can go this high of an altitude and this fast. Let's just call it a spaceship. It's cooler, right? And that's it. That's it. It's just cooler. Let's just call them spaceships.
But despite the already advanced features that this aircraft boasts of, decades of history have taught not only the United States, but other nations that an aircraft will always have room to be better, no matter how advanced it already is.
Let's call them space fighter jets. Space fighters. Let's call them space fighters. And that way it can be SF-72, which sounds even cooler in its own. And you know what I mean? Let's call it space fighter.
Especially with near-peer adversaries getting more and more near-peer.
No, they're not. There's no adversary that's getting close to this. There's nothing. China's got nothing on. Russia has barely got AKs to fight Ukraine. In fact, they're now getting attacked by Ukraine on their own soil. They haven't got anything like this. They could dream of something like this. China's nowhere near close to something like this. The US is leagues ahead of everyone else in the world when it comes to this technology. It's almost a crazy unfair advantage at this point.
Take the EF-22 Raptor, for example. Aside from being the very first stealthy aircraft, the Raptor was unbeatable. But this fighter jet eventually needed some upgrades to keep it formidable against advanced threats. As a result, the Darkstar will come with an open architecture that enables it to take on new upgrades easily and quickly.
That makes sense.
All of these would combine to create an aircraft with an estimated unit cost of $1 billion and a top speed of Mach 6, the closest thing today to a truly hypersonic aircraft.
Mach 6.
There have been various speculations and reports about the SR-72's development timeline. In 2017, Lockheed Martin claimed the combined cycle hypersonic engine was ready for real-world application. The company suggested that a single-engine demonstrator could begin flying by the early 2020s, with a target of 2030 for a twin-engine platform to enter operational service. The Darkstar is
just in time for World War III.
Arguably a very unique aircraft that would have a great impact on warfare strategy, but there is another aircraft just as mind-blowing. A few miles away in the workshop of Atlanta-based startup Hermes, there's another aircraft known as the Quarter Horse.
What?
The Quarter Horse, which is the first aircraft to come out of Hermes, is fitting to be a remotely piloted hypersonic aircraft with a top speed of Mach 5.5, almost matching the speed of SR-72.
So this is a drone, basically, then. It's remote piloted.
Like the Darkstar, the Quarter Horse gets credited as the only hypersonic jet that could serve commercial purposes in the future. Recognizing the potential, both NASA and the Air Force are heavily invested in Hermes.
What are they going to do? What commercial purposes can you use this for?
For $60 million from the Air Force alone. The Quarter Horse also remains the first hypersonic jet with the highest payload capacity. And this is why it is referred to as the aircraft for the future, because it is the one that civilians would most likely see frequently and actually sit in.
But it's remote. Would you sit in something that's remote controlled? Do you know what I mean? Like, that's pretty scary. Are they really going to use this for commercial, like, people? I don't know. I don't know about that. When they were saying commercial use, I wasn't even thinking about sending people places, because it's just unfathomable. I love that word. I'm going to keep using it.
Achieve its almost impossible speeds, despite its huge size, the aircraft is fitted with a TBCC engine based on the General Electric J85 engine. This engine, which was used in the Northrop F-5 fighter jet, an aircraft that proved to be successful in combat operations, has already shown that it works well at supersonic speeds. To make it even perfect, the Hermes will modify it with their own technology to use it for hypersonic speeds. Also, Hermes has about 7 of these engines, each weighing about a quarter of a ton. It is one of General Electric's most successful engines, producing about 3,000 pounds of thrust without afterburner and 5,000 pounds with afterburner. This means a New Yorker could reach London in 4.5 hours instead of the usual 7, which is at least a 450% increase in speed.
I cannot see people sitting in these things. I can't see it happening.
In terms of cost, the development of Hermes seems to be quite impressive too. The Quarter Horse is centered around hardware-rich, autonomous, and reusable systems that focus squarely on requirements. This way, there are virtually no unnecessary components to drive up costs in the program. Thus, Hermes is quite confident that they could execute the Quarter Horse test flight for less than $100 million, which is relatively low for a hypersonic project at this stage.
Yeah.
However, with the Hermes Quarter Horse, the NGAD and SR-72 son of Blackbird, the United States remained assured and would maintain its stance in dominating the skies with hypersonic aircrafts. The United States is devoted to dominating the skies.
I mean, they're already dominating the skies. They just want to keep that control.
Right.
Anything possible towards its cause.
Wow.
However, other nations,
Yes,
including
baby.
Russia, are equally committed to building next-generation fighters with advanced capabilities.
You want to come up here? Want to come up here?
Close. They're not even close to the F-22 or the F-35.
You want to come up here? Nope.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
Nope. Come on. You can come up here.
It's a good thing the United States is known for always coming out on top and surpassing expectations.
Come on up.
This time would not be any different.
True.
Okay. Guess not.
Great video. I'll leave a link down below to the original video. Make sure you go over there, give it a like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Very important.
Ma'am. Ma'am. Hi. Space Marines.
This is a single ultramarine. And this is 10 million zombies coming out and charging against the one singular ultramarine. Can this space marine defend against 10 million zombies? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, probably not. He is firing out. He is getting some kills with his explosive fire. In fact, he's got 64 already, now 69. The funny number. But more than likely, he will die once the zombies do reach him in this position. However, as this battle goes on, we're going to be adding more and more ultramarines to see how many ultramarines it actually takes to kill 10 million zombies. If you guys do enjoy this video, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe with notifications turned on, and comment down below. Now here comes the zombies to tear him apart. He's got 110 kills thus far, now 112. He's still getting kills, but he's being beaten up by zombies. I don't think he's much longer for this world, boys. I think he's gonna go down. Maybe he can hit 200 kills before he dies, though. He's at 162 right now. Things aren't looking fantastic, I will say. 183, he just might do it. He just might hit 200 killaroonies. There he goes, 203 kills. Okay, not too bad. I mean, he's actually getting a lot of kills. All things considered, the Ultramarines are very, very powerful. And I think my guess is maybe around 1,000 Ultramarines will be able to do it, especially in this canyon defense-like area. That's my prediction. Let me know your predictions in the comments section below. It could very well be 10,000. It could be 100,000 Ultramarines. I just do not know. But right now he's at 327 kills. How much health does he have? All right, he's at like a 4th health. I'm shooting for him. All right, we got him 10 kills. There you go, Bubba. There you go. You're welcome. You're welcome for the 10 kills right there. 365 kills. He's got a whole year's worth of kills going on right now. And he's still cruising. He's still doing it. Okay, there we go. He finally died with 395 kills. So one Ultramarine is apparently good for about 400 kills. What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games.
Alright, let's finish this up, girl. And then we can stop working for today, okay?
You can see here, these are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. Okay, now we have 10 Space Marines here, just for the sake of going up in increments and seeing how many kills they can get going upwards. You know, we're doing 10 now. They're already at 130 kills here. Statistically, I mean, they should be good for 4,000 kills, but you never know. Sometimes they can do a little bit more with more troopers, so we'll see if that's true. Either way, let's go ahead and time-lapse this one since it's just 10 Space Marines. I don't think anyone thinks that they're going to win with 10 Space Marines, but they're already at 460 kills, so let's see how many kills they can get with 10 Space Marines versus 10 million zombies.
And dropped.
And there we have it. 7,000 zombies killed by the Space Marines here. Alright, let's move on to 100. Alright, here we have it. 100 Space Marines. I also noticed in the last battle, we did have like 1 million zombies killed by Crush, which basically when the zombies come off of the Higgins boats over here, they can get crushed and drown and die because of all of the getting shoved together to spawn in out of the Higgins boats. So that definitely will be a benefit, especially in these later battles with the Space Marines, not having to kill a portion of the zombie army coming forward because the zombies are getting crushed. But I think 100 Space Marines probably still not enough. I'm guessing we're going to see maybe like 200,000 kills from them. I don't think the Space Marines actually have a shot until they hit 1,000 Space Marines in total. So that's where I think that they're going to actually be able to make a big difference on the battlefield and get some serious kills. But for now, I mean, they've already got 1,200 kills. Last time they got 7,000, so it seems like things are going up exponentially. We start with 400 kills, right? With 1 Space Marine, then we have 7,000 with 10. So potentially, I don't even know. That's like an exponential growth thing. So maybe like 1 million kills with these guys? No, probably not. Maybe like 700,000 kills? We'll just have to see. Either way, they're already at 5,000 kills, so they're almost blowing past the 10 Space Marines. I mean, that was kind of to be expected, let's be completely honest here. We also do have different types of zombies that will be coming forward. There we go, they're at 7,200, so they have passed the previous Space Marines. We do have other types of zombies coming forward. Toxic zombies, we got skeleton zombies, we've got infected zombies, burn zombies, so should be pretty interesting. No war zombies. They're all just standard zombie units for this little experiment that we are doing today. Already 11,000 kills from these Space Marines. They are getting surrounded and starting to get beat down a little bit by the zombies, which will deplete them a little bit faster. But, I mean, all in all, I think they do have a very solid shot of getting maybe 1 million kills in this battle. I don't think they'll win, but we'll just have to see. Why don't we go ahead and time-lapse this?
Man, they're really getting up those kills.
Alright guys, it's been 12 minutes here, and the Space Marines are still going pretty ham right now. They have 115,000 kills, and they've lost 15 soldiers at this point. So I'm not fully sure if they are going to manage to get that 1 million kills we were kind of looking out for. But at the very least, I think they're on track to maybe hit 500k. The problem is, the more that end up going down during this process, the less firepower they have, and therefore the less kill output they end up having. So it's going to be a depreciating return as we keep going in this battle in terms of their number of kills. So we'll just have to wait and see. Let's go ahead and just continue to vibe out here. Again, I think this one will be a loss, but maybe 1,000 troopers will have it.
Ooh.
Well, Space Marines end up killing 2.4... Oh no. 242,000 zombies? And yet there are only 4.3 million zombies remaining? Is that really how much have died from Crush? Oh, but you know what? The Space Marine guns also do explosive damage, so they might be getting more kills than we know, because each shot explodes and it only counts as a kill if it direct hits a zombie. So potentially each shot could be getting 10 kills, but it only counts as 1 kill in that frame. So that could be the problem. So maybe they did get a lot more than 242,000 kills. Either way, there's still 4.3 million zombies remaining, so let's jack it up to no, not 2,000 zombies. Not 2,000 Space Marines. That'd be too many. Why don't we do 500 first? Let's really see if we can get it with 500. All right, boys, 500 Space Marines, or actually 493 Space Marines. I guess a few didn't make it onto the battlefield, but still, that's a very solid amount. So yeah, you can see all the fire going out. They only have 700 kills, but that was a ton of explosive fire. I would not be surprised if that was a few thousand kills there. So I think that is part of it. But then the other part is also the crush thing. So when these boats end up spawning in, it actually creates a spawner in each boat that you can see right here. And some troopers end up getting crushed and drown and do not make it onto the battlefield. It's just a weird quirk of the World War II beach map. So, aka D-Day, but they call it World War II beach in the game files. So I think that might be the duality of those things. I think the Space Marines are getting more kills than it's letting on, but at the same time, also, some folks are definitely dying due to the crush. So it's just kind of part of it. Either way, 500 Space Marines now. We're going to see if they can manage to do it. And I have high hopes for these guys. I really think that they could. They've got a beautiful alleyway here where the zombies have to kind of funnel through for a little bit, and then eventually they start body piling, and that sort of gives them the height advantage over the zombies. And, you know, we've seen it happen in the past few time lapses, and then with 500 troopers, which is 5x what they had previously, you know, I could definitely see them doing pretty well here. The zombies aren't even making it to their lines yet. I'm sure inevitably they will, but I think
it's gonna be tough.
It should be okay.
It's gonna be tough to make it to those lines.
Time-lapse this for a while here and see what
you are spoiled. Little Missy, you are just spoiled.
Okay, well, so far, the 500, give or take, Space Marines are doing quite nicely. They have 410,000 kills, according to the game. There's 7.2 million zombies remaining, and they have lost 2 soldiers thus far. So this really could be the one where they end up taking that big fat W, baby. They are kind of like concaving here. Is that the right word? Which is funny. So, not quite the body pile they were looking for, and in fact, I think that's advantageous to the zombies because now they can only shoot immediately in front of them, whereas if they're on top of all the zombies, they can shoot down. Now they're shooting up over the zombies. So not really the greatest thing right there, but at the very least, they're still doing fantastic. Only 2 deaths. I think that number will increase, but now the zombies have to basically go through layers of Space Marines. All of these bloodied ones will die, then there's a layer of fresh ones behind them, and then another layer of fresh, and fresh, and fresh, and fresh. So it's going to take a lot longer to actually get a lot of kills on Space Marines, and we're already like 20 minutes into this battle. 3 Space Marines now have died. I would say that's pretty darn good. Let's continue to keep it rolling.
Bonk.
Oh yeah, I think this could be the one. Only 15 total Space Marines have died. Meanwhile, only 5.3 million zombies remain, which means almost half of the zombies have gone down. I think this is a very good sign here. I think we could be witnessing the W that the Space Marines have been going for with only 500 of them. Of course, if they do win this battle, we're going to run it back and try this without the zombies slow spawning in. We're going to have them immediately on the beach. The one problem with this is the fact that it lags too much over 8 million zombies at once unless they're, you know, spawning in from the water. So we might have to do 8 million zombies, but they'll all be coming at these guys at once. So we'll see if they can win this, and if they do, then we'll move on to that.
Yeah, they're starting to get that high ground now.
Well, 86 Space Marines have now perished. However, there's only 3.3 million zombies remaining, so they are well over halfway done with this battle in terms of zombies, and the zombies have only killed 1/5 of the Space Marines. No more zombies are coming onto the battlefield here, so this is all 3.3 million. No more will be dying due to crush because they are all on the battlefield now, so that should not be a problem for the zombies anymore, and they should all be able to come forward and start fighting these Space Marines fully. So we'll see if that has a big impact here. Alright boys, that was a 30-minute time lapse, and things aren't looking as good anymore for the Space Marines here. They still have 2.7 million zombies to go through, and they only have 280 soldiers left, so they're definitely in a little bit of hot water here. They've started to take more losses, they're doing less damage, not killing nearly as many zombies as previously, so I'm a little bit concerned, but still, they've gotten over 7.3 million zombies dead on this battlefield thus far, so that is very impressive. I won't time-lapse for a little bit here, just so we can save some time-lapse space on my computer for the next battle, but either way, let's see what happens. Well, boys, it looks like the zombies ended up winning, and you can tell there are a lot left alive based on the beach over here. I mean, there's a lot of zombies. And 1.8 million remain. So, Space Marines did do pretty well. Let's bump it up to 1,000 Space Marines. Alright boys, since the Space Marines lost in the last battle, we did have to step it up to 1,000. And so we're going to continue with the zombies coming from ships here because they lost. So we'll see if 1,000 Space Marines can end up winning this thing against the 10 million zombies here. And it looks like since there are so many more Space Marines, they're spawning a little bit over this lip now. And so they're able to get a little bit more fire out earlier on. Well, at least the guys in the front. The guys in the back are still not really able to fire all that much. But the guys in the front are wrecking house against some zombies here. Look at that. The power of those shots just clearing out zombies. It says only 11,000 dead, but my god, that is so much more. For sure, for sure, for sure. That is absolutely insane. Zombies running on up and taking some very bad heat right now. I do not see this going well for the zombies. I think last time with 500 Space Marines, it was already close for the Space Marines. I think with 1,000 Space Marines, they are a shoo-in. I almost dare say this is a guaranteed W for the Space Marines. But again, we shall see. You never want to speak too soon in these battles because zombies can do incredible things. The first of the zombies reaching this corner of the Space Marines over this way. It looks like a couple more reaching over that way. But other than that, the zombies are still being held at bay from the Space Marine lines here, which is excellent. That's going to buy them a whole lot of time. Let's go ahead and start the time-lapse for potentially the final battle here of 1 Space Marine versus 10 million zombies. And it looks like the answer will end up being it takes 1,000 Space Marines to kill 10 million zombies. But we still might not know, so let's keep her going.
I would say it probably takes more like 750. Not quite 1,000.
Alright boys, just 5 minutes in, and there's only 8 million zombies remaining. The Space Marines supposedly have gotten 400,000 of those kills. I would say it's probably double or triple that, and the rest being the boats killing them and stuff like that. But so far, the zombies aren't even reaching the front lines. So this is an excellent sign for the Space Marines this time around. I think they could go the distance. I think they got it this time. But we'll just have to see. So let's continue watching for a bit here, baby. I will probably... I'll do one more time-lapse for like 10 minutes. And then... yeah, because... I don't have too many gigabytes of storage left. But... I think we can do a couple more time lapses. but we might have to disperse them throughout. I don't know. We'll see, but I'll run one for now.
That's a massive flesh pile.
Oh my god, I stepped away to walk the dog and the Space Marines end up beneath a body pile. That is absolutely huge. So it looks like the zombies did eventually make it to the Space Marines. So they're kind of back into that same position as before, although the backlines are doing just fine. Are all the zombies on the battlefield now? No, there are still more joining the battlefield, but there's only 3.2 million zombies remaining. So, you know, they're cruising. They're actually doing a really, really fantastic job, getting some serious kills. I'll go ahead and let this play out for a while, but we'll check back in like 30 minutes, I guess. Alrighty then, boys. It's been a half an hour now. Well, about 2 seconds for you, but I was busy building some Legos for the Daily Bricks channel. To have Yoobs 2 open in the background and a slaughter going on while peacefully building a Lego house it's a tranquil life. I enjoy it thoroughly. Either way, 2.42 million zombies remaining. They've only killed 100 of the Space Marines. So there's 872 Space Marines remaining, because a few didn't make it when we spawned them all in. It is what it is, but pretty impressive here. 2.41 million zombies remaining, 870 now Space Marines remaining. They're doing fantastic. The zombies not doing nearly as fantastic. I think the Space Marines will get the W on this one, but let's keep going. A quarter of the zombies remain, just about. Alright, boys, 779 Space Marines now remain. 1.88 million zombies remain as well. So, we're going to let this continue to ride. I think it is going to be a shoo-in victory for the Space Marines, but you never know. So, let's just find out for ourselves here. Alright, guys, it's been, I think, like 45 minutes here, and we have 670,000 zombies remaining. So we are at the sub 1 million point, and 714 Space Marines remaining. So it seems like the much larger quantity of Space Marines has helped considerably in getting all of these kills. It's a very strange mountain formation here at this point. They are, like, I think this side has been killed the most, and then the back side is still very, very strong. So it's mainly these guys over here that are having to do the main bulk of the fighting, and that makes sense because they're coming from the beach down below over this way. Again, there's not too many zombies remaining. I mean, there's still quite a few, 600,000 or so, but again, 714 Space Marines. I think the Space Marines are going to be taking the W here. Now, if we put the Space Marines all in a line, you know, like 3 by 333, the Space Marines, I think, would die. But since they're blobbed up like this, their firepower is so much better. It just really, really is. All right, let's go ahead and time-lapse for a little while here.
No, well, relax.
And the battle goes on. We have 200,000 remaining zombies, so they're definitely in the gutter right now. 641 remaining Space Marines here who continue to hold the top of the body pile, and that is quite a sizable body pile. Remember, this wasn't a part of the mountain. This was a canyon that started down here, so that is very tall and very wide. an extraordinarily large body pile right there. Holy smokes. Either way, we're going to go ahead and let this play out for a little bit longer. All right, boys, we're finally at the end here. 18,000 zombies remaining, and they're slowly trickling in from around the corner over this way. Space Marines still have 613 units left, so it takes 1,000 Space Marines balled up to defeat 10.
Oh my God.
Let's go ahead and nuke the end here.
Phoenix. Wow.
Fashion. Beautiful. Let's go. Space Marines take the W finally.
How are you?
What a battle. Let me know in the comment section below if you guys would like to see similar battles to this in the future. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. Peace.
I hope you guys enjoyed that video. Be sure to click that subscribe button for more content and hit the notification bell if you'd like to be alerted to whenever I live stream or upload. Thanks so much.
Alright, we're checking out the only games where the best way to live your life is to find out all the sick and twisted ways to end the lives of everyone
I'm
around
doing
you.
good.
All the ways to end important lives. So Murder is a game that
I'm doing good. Are you in Discord right now?
in that you first have to kill the man in front of you and then take his spot as king before you get thrown into the dungeon. But each time you do this, the lineage of the king changes in some odd way. You'll see in a second. Yeedly dee. I like to enter.
I'm gonna invade your Discord real quick.
You just like absorb his clothing and poop out
I don't even
his
see
body.
you here.
So now from here the idea is
Shame.
to not die as much as possible. And the bar at the top is basically like your life bar. And you have to see how much you can get done before your life bar goes down. And depending on what you do, there's all these different endings. I love how this king over here is like 90% nose. It could be a nose. It could also just be like a giant sausage that king is holding hostage inside of his crown. Did I stop him or did that guy have a heart attack? Oh, this is like the guy's brother from the first time. I love that he's trying to kill me in exactly the same way. I don't think I've ever gotten, just on like the first try, this many murders. You can see at this point I'm starting to develop a beard. I didn't actually think I would get this old in my time as king. Look at the giant just pack of people murdered inside of the dungeon. There's so many, and by the time the new one gets there, the other one is already dead.
Come here, puppy.
You would figure maybe these two of them would
There you go. Hey.
like they would, like at least one person would still be alive when the second person goes down there. I also have to wonder if it's the exact same two guards that I've been employing for the past like 60 years. Look at how big my beard is now. And I guess like the further you go, the more ridiculous it gets.
You haven't seen my puppy, have you?
Die here. Actually, I think I'm going to die here, and there's no way out of it. Like I finally run out of heart powers, and now it's time to have the slow arduous heart attack, so that. What? Why did this man have to die? He didn't do anything wrong. I don't even think he was part of this. Not gonna lie, Medieval Times is incredibly scary. It's the only place I can think of where it would be like very normal to just get murdered on the toilet. Like that's some Game of Thrones level stuff right there. And the first body inside is mine. This guy's entire family is going to die because I'm bad with reflexes at games like this. But you look at me? You look at the ceiling. All right, I guess he was just looking at the ceiling. You know, at least like sniffle or something before you look at me. This has to work, right? Oh yeah! I also enjoy how every single person that dies
I know, right?
Like there's only one place in the entire kingdom to buy them, and that's the place. So if I just let myself die here, what happens? I'm just curious. Come on, do it, baby!
Alright, no, I want you to turn around so
now?
Bev can see you.
Tell me I do. Oh yeah! Oh, it's mad. Oh, it's me! My God! It's just me again. Now I'm very interested to see how many different. The dungeon is going to be so packed. Like, there's not even going to be space for any more skeletons when I'm done. We just die already? I've got things to do. Oh, he has a slightly different pair of underwear. That's good. All right, and I've already had you.
Yep, this is her.
I need someone else who's not you. Okay, here we go. I haven't had this guy kill me yet. Wonder if I get to enjoy his life or something. Go ahead, let it happen. Huh? Oh. Yes, this is a fine Chianti. That also makes me vomit out my colon.
I know, right?
I love how
I know, right?
like, they do it before the crown. Like they put the.
She is freaking adorable. Her name is Noelle. She just wants to be cuddled. Like, she is so spoiled. Sometimes. When she's not being a butt. Oh, because of where her head goes? Oh yeah, and you looking at the my Twitch stream. You're not looking at the YouTube version. So my on the YouTube is actually vertical, so the chat's in a different spot. Yeah, chat's like looks like right here on YouTube. So I was trying to see if you were on Discord so that we could just chat straight up. That you wouldn't have to be typing. But you weren't in your Discord channel. Oh, that's right. It's 2 o'clock for you? 2 p.m.? Going on 3 p.m.? What you doing? Fall Guys today? You know what? I might jump in with you this time. What's KH? I don't know what KH is. Or garlic. Yeah, I have no idea what KH. Oh, Kingdom Hearts. Okay. Wait, you've never played Kingdom Hearts? Hmm. Okay. Oh, so I got an idea All right. Due to some stuff that's coming up, I should have my new computer relatively soon, which means I'm going to get back into fashion designing, and I'll actually be able to do like design, like art streams again, like designing and doing like the CGI modeling on stream. We should design you some merch like on stream. Like straight up, like we'll sit here on stream and then we like draw it out and stuff like that. Yeah. Like one stream we'll sit here and we'll like draw the stuff out in Photoshop and whatnot, plan out the pattern, and then the next stream or even that same stream we'll like plan out the patterns and everything and do all the 3D modeling for it. Cause you know I really don't do that many gaming streams, at least not yet. But I'm definitely gonna be doing a lot of art streams. And then even this little one could be a part of it. What do you say, Noah? You want to be a part of our stream? I take that as a yes. Alright, cool. I'll jump in on your stream later. So I've been going for almost 5.5 hours. I need a break. Mwah. 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 Missed. You missed. You missed. Mwah. Appreciate the lurk. Ah! I've had a few lurkers today. It's been awesome. Okay. Noel, I understand you want cuddles. Okay, you go up here, please. Can you go up there? Oh, you don't want to go up there? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. Any other time you want to crawl up behind my shoulders, but now you don't want to. What? What? All right, let me finish this up. Say bye. What came unplugged? What? 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 Huh? Huh? What? 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 I forgot what I was doing. Okay, I remember now.
on first before they try and do the insertion. Go to sleep. I'm waiting for like a random dude to jump out of this chest over here too. I can't believe that I haven't been killed by one of the objects just chilling out on the background. My guards have to be wondering how all these people like get into the palace with this many weapons. It's because we have them just on every wall. Okay, now I've never died to this guy yet. I don't even know exactly how he's going to murder me. You gonna like choke me out? Are you gonna give me a massage? Or like, what's going on here? It kind of, oh, he's just hugging me. Well, I love you too. There's like a marriage that happens. Oh wow, we're having an entire life together. I love how like the artwork in the background is the knife that I used to gain my. Oh my god! Like if I was going to have a son, this would need to be him. I dubbed thee King Yetius the Fourth. The only king who was able to shove an entire block down his throat and live to tell the tale. Also, if you hold down the space bar, you can actually lift this up and just slowly vibrate until you go insane. Here, watch. Yee, 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 yee. Now I'm legitimately curious. I have to unlock all the... Why are you so good at killing my very first player? Second time is literally always the charm. Also, this is fake. Kings don't get to drink anything. Because if you drink anything, it's always poisoned and you're going to die. No one loves you. Get wrecked. So this guy has like a different color drink. Does it matter? He's also wearing a fantastic pinstripe outfit. Okay, I remember what happened when I ended up like, you know... getting engaged to you. I'm not having that happen again. While our son was incredible, I only need one of those psychopaths on the planet. I love how my beard is just like slightly undulating on its own. There may be something actually living in there. I don't know. Please let me have enough life left to kill this man. Thank you. Unfortunately, whoever's next in line is going to be the one that gets to murder me. No! We're all the way back in the beginning. It's you. How could it possibly be? No! The game is still going. Like, there was no ending, so now I'm back as king. This is like the longest running murder fest I think I've ever had. Oh my god! The amount of bodies in there just keep going. I thought maybe it reset, but no such luck. All the random shopkeepers and stuff like that are gonna be like, man, I don't know what's going on. I feel like the population inside of the kingdom has gone down dramatically recently. Oh, someone had like a birthday hat under there. Did you see it? Okay, so I'm actually going to die to this guy now. So that's fine though. I'm gonna let this happen. Go ahead, do it. Do it. Do it! Why? What is happening? How come we're just like walking together? Why aren't you finishing me off? Oh, I guess you just let myself all right, well that's probably the best way to kill the king. Just wait it out. I kind of want to die because I need to see who was wearing the birthday hat down there. Come on, catch me. Catch me. Are you serious? You're just gonna die? You've caught me every single time. Except for the one time I want to know what's going on in the dungeon. All right, well I guess this is one way to find out. Tell me what you see down there. Yep, legit. Someone's had a birthday down there. Is this like a whole gaggle of peasants? I kind of want to die. Please, take me out. I need to know. Oh my god! They overthrew the king and they just completely destroyed the kingdom. I thought things were supposed to get better. Is that a human being on a pitchfork? I love how this guy is just so unimpressed at the rebellion. He's like,
look, I had nothing else to do on Sunday. That's why I'm here right now.
All right, what other endings do you have for me? And blast them! I'm not gonna lie, anytime I kill someone in front of Sausage Nose, I know it's going to be a good run. I can feel it. Also, imagine putting a chair here. Like, who's actually going to sit there with this guy looking, like, looming over their shoulder the whole time? All right, well, we had to start off somewhere, so you're it, buddy. Anytime, whoa, 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 whoa! What happened? What's with the voice acting? No one actually killed me. You don't get to be king. You didn't do this. This isn't your doing. It's just shoddy workmanship on the chandelier. I don't even know why I need poison to kill this man. Because it's quite obvious that the castle itself will just murder me. So, the poison just seems like an extra cost that could completely be removed from this entire equation. What is this? What is this? Is a ghost? No, not today. I'm not getting murdered by any kind of chandeliers this time. Actually, I kind of want them to just like overrun me and see what happens. Because the problem is there wasn't actually a chandelier there to kill me in the first place. I'm gonna tell you, we just started and the dungeon is already looking like fairly busy down there. Am I just gonna leave that there? I kind of want this guy to be the king. He looks like a legitimately good king. I'm gonna let this happen. Go ahead, give it to me, buddy. Come on, do it already. Oh! See, now he put effort into this murder. That's what I like to see. That is a king. He's got the golden beard, the rosy cheeks, but unfortunately, so that the game can continue, I was gonna say I have to murder you. The only thing that's weird is his nose looks like a pinky finger. Like, it looks like his nose forgot to grow up. Yes, the townsfolk. I remember you all. What about him? What about the last guy? Like, he was involved in this too, you know, guards. There. Yeah, go join your friends. Actually, I kind of wonder, like, if I die to him, wow, his buddies are already bones. How long has he been following me? I was gonna say, I kind of wonder if the final townsman is the one that...
All right. She said she was gonna start streaming. Oh, Mother's streaming. Anita is streaming. Moshi. J-Kun. So she ain't started streaming yet. Yeah, she's still getting ready. Fart noises. What up? I think I'm about to end my stream. Like, I've been at this for almost 6 hours.
What you gonna do now?
Get some food, take a break, and then my friend's gonna be streaming pretty soon, so I'm gonna support her.
That's what's up.
Yeah. Hold on one second. So yeah, y'all heard that, y'all. It's been almost 6 hours. I'm tired. I'm hungry. She needs to go out for a walk again. And I will catch you guys next time. Peace out.